All right, greetings and welcome, fine folks. Happy Wednesday. I have to remember what day of the week it is. There's something weird with my camera. I feel like there probably always is. I'm gonna just double check something. Whatever. I can never never figure out this shit. It's always it's always got a mind of its own, but whatever. I'm visible on screen and it'll do. Whatever, who cares? What's up, Call 45? What's up, Mudbound Dragon? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Doing a bit of an early stream, as I've been trying to do recently, trying to account for a dynamic schedule, let's call it. Probably a slightly shorter stream today, but we'll see. But we are going to be continuing Bloodstone, the latest adventures of James Bond. Really enjoyed my time with this last time we played. Pretty fun game, pretty basic, straightforward in a lot of ways, but it controls smoothly and got some pretty decent variety in the levels and everything. It's like it's not anywhere close to everything or nothing in terms of the baseline insanity level, but it's still got a similar vibe in the sense of going from mission to mission and doing different things. And it's also got multiple different types of driving levels in addition to more common action shooting levels, but some very, very slight, you know, walking around adventuring type levels as well, which is all the stuff you want to see in a James Bond video game, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. We played for a few hours, and which reminds me, I should bring up a timer. And I don't know if we're like halfway through or a third or however long. I don't expect it to be a super long game. We've played for almost 4 hours, I guess it looks like here. And we'll make a few more hours of progress tonight. I don't expect that we would be finishing it tonight or anything. Even if we were like halfway through, we're probably not doing a super girthy stream tonight for the purposes of finishing it out or anything. But we will probably finish on Friday, I would assume. I mentioned this briefly on my Discord, but for those who didn't see it, my birthday is coming up. And I will not really be in a position to do a fully mega-sized super birthday stream, as I have been doing for the past couple of years. But I'll probably do some kind of birthday stream. My actual birthday is on Monday, but I'm not sure if I will be streaming on Monday. I've got some other kind of things happening, not a lot, frankly, but a few other things to kind of work out the schedule of. So I have been recently streaming. I've been streaming on Fridays, so I will probably stream as usual, I guess we could call it at this point, on Friday to finish out Bloodstone. And if there's like an hour left of that game and we finish, you know, maybe we'll do something else, not maybe a short stream, I'm not sure. And then I would say more likely we'll do kind of some sort of a birthday themed stream on Saturday, unless I end up doing it on Monday anyway. I'm not entirely sure at this point, but at some point within the next week, there will be some kind of birthday stream, and I haven't thought at all about like what to actually do for it. But probably is going to end up being just chilling with some of my favorite games and just playing whatever comes to mind. I think that's probably the right level of kind of ambition for where I'm at currently with everything else going on. But as soon as I have any actual information, any actual plans or schedule, I will try to make some form of announcement on Discord at least. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Whatever form that will take, it should be a good time. Other than that, I don't know. There's not a lot of housekeeping, I guess. I can't think of a lot of stuff to that I need to talk about anyway. There's always a million games coming out, and there's all types of stuff to discuss. But I'm sure there'll be more stuff that's actually more pressing before too long, because Tokyo Game Show is also next week. And if nothing else, Sega announced at EVO that the new Virtua Fighter would make some kind of a return at TGS. So the Jugo Gotoku Summit is, I think that's like Monday, Tuesday, and TGS proper starts Wednesday or something like that next week. And I saw that there was apparently some kind of a leak or something that suggests that they are likely to announce Jugo Gotoku 3 Kiwami, like a remake of 3. Which I am of two minds of. I actually like 3. A lot of people don't really like 3 that much. It's actually one of my favorite ones, I think. But I don't know what to expect from like the remake treatment in a few different regards. I'm like 3 games behind anyway, so, and 3 is one I've finished, so I'm not dying to play a remake of a game I've already played, as far as like, you know, playing 60 to 120 hour RPGs. What's up, White Buffalo? What's up, Goaty? What's up, Azrael? Yeah, I like 3 a lot because I like that it has such a... I mean, it gets a little outlandish towards the ends, of course. That's, you know, kind of par for the course of that series. But for the most part, it's a very small, contained kind of story about a small group of people. And it has a... I felt that 3 had like a stronger emotional core than... Like, I don't remember anything about 2. Everyone says 2 is like supposed to be one of the best ones, and I can't remember shit of 2. But 3, I mean, I couldn't tell you a lot of specific story beats from 3 either, but I remember 3 just having a really good vibe. And I remember like some of the characters. Then 4 and 5, they're not bad games, but they get so... Like, they're the opposite of 3 because the scope is so gigantic. And with like all the different characters. Like 5 I didn't really like at all. 6 kind of gets back to the smaller scope in a sense, but by that point, like, I was feeling a bit of fatigue from the series, and like, I don't know, I kind of I played 0 first, and then I played through the Kiwami remakes, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I kind of like 0 is still probably my favorite. And then 1 was like a nice change of pace because it's such a shorter, smaller game, which felt quite nice. And then 2 I remember nothing of, and 3 I liked. But then after that, I think I've liked each one less than the one before. Yeah, 3 is in Okinawa. 2 is in Osaka, in Sotenbore, I guess they call it, right? So, I mean, I didn't play them all back to back, but even so, I mean, it took me like a year to get through 7, and that, like, the characters and everything are great, but like, oh, man, 7 was such a fucking tedious game. Like, I didn't like the combat, and I didn't like how, like, by the time I felt like the story was heading into its, like, climax and the finale, there was like 20 hours of the game left, and it was, I don't know, it was a absolute chore to get through. So I have not really felt any urgency to play 8. But I didn't play any of the Gaiden games either, and I didn't play Tenzan or Ishin, or the Black Panther games, or Jugo Gotoku of the End. So, I mean, I've got plenty to go back to. I finished the first Judgment, and I played like half of the second one. I didn't finish that one either, so yeah, I got plenty to play. But I think I'm always like excited to see what RGG Studio is up to, and I'm excited to see, like, I feel like we're due for at least one new game announcement at an RGG Summit, because they usually have like 3 games like in the pipeline at any point. I'm super stoked to see more of Stranger Than Heaven. Like, I'm very curious to see what that game's gonna be, and I'm sure it's gonna be a cool thing. And I think just like the first Judgment, like, it's gonna be it's a lot easier to jump into something like that with no baggage than like trying to keep up with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Gotoku series. I still want them to do more like anime licensed spin-offs, or you know, some kind of equivalent to the left field announcement of Hokuto ga Gotoku, because that game is still probably at least in my top 3 like favorite games in the series. So that's, I would like something that's equally like, what the fuck, I would, you know, I never saw this coming. Or, you know, if they want to make a sequel to Binary Domain, I'd be fine with that too. That game was sick. So just like anything that feels a little surprising. And I don't know if a remake of 3 has me excited in that regard. Like I think 1 and 2, just on account of being on PS2, meant that I think it felt more justified to kind of bring them up in line with everything else. Not that they're all equal in terms of fidelity or anything, but just in terms of like literally putting them on current systems and everything. So once they did like the PS4, PC, like whatever the modern versions of 3, 4, 5, I felt like they're like fine like that. They don't need a remake. I mean, nothing ever needs a remake, but I think you get what I'm saying. So I would say that's kind of, I would be a lot more interested in them doing a remake of Kenzan, because that, you know, they did the remake of Ishin, and Kenzan never came out in English, so that would be more interesting. But I don't know, am I ever actually going to get around to playing any of them? Who knows? But yeah, we're going to get some fighting game news coming out of TGS as well. There's SNK just announced that Joe Higashi will be playable in Fatal Fury at the event. We're going to get, I think Capcom announced that Crimson Viper is going to be playable as well, but we're at the very least going to see what she's like. Street Fighter 6. And I don't know, whatever else is happening. SNK World Championships, I think, is on in October, at which point they're hosting an Art of Fighting 3 tournament, which in itself is going to be fucking ludicrous, so I'm excited for that. But the logical assumption is that the reason that they're doing that is because they will have some kind of reveal or announcement for the Art of Fighting game that's in development, and I'm extremely curious to see what's up with that. So yeah, there's going to be some video game news relatively imminent, I would say. But aside from rambling a little bit about Yu-Gi-Oh! Gotoku, there's nothing much else that I think we need to cover right at this moment. What's up, Rage for Kiwi? Welcome, welcome. So again, given that we are likely doing a little bit of a shorter stream today, a little bit of light streamage, I think we should try to just get to what we're doing. So let's hop on over here. 007 Bloodstone is what is on the agenda. Let me just preemptively turn on my 360, because that's going to probably take like 5 minutes to boot. Oh, there's some boot noises. I don't know what it is with the capture. For some reason, sometimes the game capture will just like funnel through audio despite not being active. And that's like, or like even if it's not in the current scene, it's not supposed to do that, but sometimes it just does. So yeah, shout outs to OBS, I guess. Anyway, let's see here. There we have a little bit of info on the game. Bloodstone by Bizarre Creations. Power of the 360 cannot be contained. Yeah, I guess that's got to be it. That's got to be it. Yeah, they were very proud of having a quote-unquote legendary screenwriter. Actually, you know what? Let me hop on IMDb real quick. I don't know if I did this before. I certainly didn't do it on stream. I have no idea who this Bruce Farstein is. So let me look him up. He wrote GoldenEye, apparently. All right, well, I can see why they would be. I guess he wrote a bunch of Bond films, it looks like. Man, this is so funny. Okay, so let's see. He wrote, yeah, he's like legendary Hollywood screenwriter, and it like, yeah, he wrote the Pierce Brosnan Bond movies, and that's like what he's done. So he apparently he wrote GoldenEye. According to IMDb, he Yeah, okay. I was gonna say he has an uncredited writer for the GoldenEye video game, but it just says 1995 screenplay uncredited. So he just gets an extra IMDb credit for having written the film that the game's based on, which is a bit goofy. He wrote Tomorrow Never Dies. He wrote The World's Not Enough. And then he was a writer on Everything or Nothing, the From Russia With Love video game, the Wii GoldenEye game, and Bloodstone. So he like, basically this guy's claim to fame is he write James Bond video games. But he did write a couple of... I mean, I don't feel like his body of work quite warrants being called legendary. You know, I mean, he's a more accomplished screenwriter than I am, sure. But it's funny to me. It's especially funny that, like, he was already involved in a bunch of Bond games before this, but this is the one where it's like a thing that he's in it. I don't know. I mean, this is just like from whatever copy I took this from like Moby Games or Game FAQs or whatever. It's not like his name isn't prominently featured on the box or anything, but he was featured in the opening credits, which I was very annoyed with. Not that he got credit, but, or like, well, not top billing, but he was featured in the opening credits. But it's very stupid, in my opinion, when they do these like Bond film style opening credits for the games, but then they don't actually put the credits of the game developers in there. They only put the famous people and some producers and like anyone who has a credit that sounds like a film credit. There's like the composer and a producer and the writer, but they don't put a credit for like a game director or lead designer or any artist or any programmers or any designers or anything, which is so bizarre because it doesn't, like, if the whole purpose is to have a credits, like opening credit sequence for your game that mimics the look and feel of the opening credits of a Bond film, why are the credits not in there? Like, put the credits in the credit sequence because it will make it feel more authentic and you're giving people credit. And like, it's just fully absurd, like, that they're so adamantly against actually crediting people that they have to go out of their way to find excuses to not put the names of the people who made the game in the credits. Like, it's baffling to me. But anyway, legendary screenwriter, I guess. But that's enough about that. Let me hop on over to input here so I can actually see the game and we can get ready. Of course, before we do that, I would be remiss not to mention, where are we? The Cube Branch Research Funding Initiative to help unlock the next secret bonus mission. The 7th, or should I say 007th and final bonus game on the list, which technically could be augmented with other games. We shall see. There are a few, there's some things we might look at some point or another if opportunity presents itself. But if this goal is reached, the game that will be played is the Xbox Live Arcade remake or port or whatever you want to call it of GoldenEye 007, which was never released, of course, but a very near final build exists in the world for people to explore and enjoy, and we might do that if you guys help make it happen. And the way that works is if you contribute by subscribing, by cheering, by purchasing merchandise or direct donation, anything like that, anything that helps pay my rent and put food on my table, will put us closer to achieving our daily goal, the daily objective, I should say, which is for 1,000 Q credits, which equals to 1,000 bits, or 4 subscriptions, or some other basic rough equivalent. All contributions are welcome and appreciated. How that works. So if we achieve 1,000, we will have completed today's daily objective. We are currently at 4 out of 10 daily objectives. So we're creeping ever closer to revisiting GoldenEye, everyone's favorite James Bond video game except for me. But I'm excited to try that version of the game. I'm very interested to see how everything to do with like the performance and controls will make the experience different, but also playing the game for a second time after having completed it, I'm pretty sure will make for a different experience, which I am very excited to see what it's like. But all in due time. First, however, we're going to be playing Bloodstone. Without further ado, let's see if we can do this and get the capture up. And fade out these jams and see if the controller works. And play Bloodstone. They're referring to the other writer who's legendary but doesn't get to have his name mentioned. That's pretty good. But last time when we played this, I was talking a bit, or like kind of thinking about Bizarre and how I wasn't sure what their kind of action game bona fides were. I knew that they had like a positive reputation, but I wasn't sure what to expect specific. Like I didn't feel like I would go into this game specifically knowing that they had made it because they're so good at making these types of games, so therefore my expectations are high, etc. Other than just like, well, people say this is a good game, and I think they have a generally positive reception. But totally unrelated to this, I was reminded, just seeing it mentioned someplace else the other day, that they did make The Club, which is a game I really, really, really enjoyed. And that was before this. The Club, I think, came out in like 07 or 08. And is like, it's a third-person shooter, sort of, but it's a kind of a game show sort of a thing. It's like a little bit of a Smash TV kind of thing, but it's mostly about, like, it's like Smash TV meets track and field, where it's like all these different events that are all based around like third-person shooting, but it's not like a Running Man Smash TV, you know, style TV game show aesthetic. It's got this kind of gritty urban street aesthetic that I'm not even sure what to compare it to exactly. Like, it's got a kind of a, I guess you could say like a, I don't know, like a Guy Ritchie sort of aesthetic to it. But as I recall, like, it has a roster of characters that are all like somewhat colorful, national stereotype-ish, but in a kind of a, I don't know, very loosely a sort of a GTA vibe-ish. I don't know. That whole thing, the packaging and the aesthetic of that is maybe not my favorite aspect of it, but I thought it was awesome because it's like the shooting felt good to begin with, and I thought the novelty of the format of like an action game that's, you know, it's very arcadey and score based, but also it's you know, it's a novel. It's not typically what a game with those kinds of mechanics is about, and it's not typically what a game with those kinds of mechanics, like, it's not the structure that's common. I've talked multiple times on stream about my appreciation and excitement for like action games that aren't based on combat. You know, something that's like climbing or firefighting or like rescue missions. Like, whenever you create action and drama and excitement that isn't about violence and combat, I just think it has a novelty to it. I mean, I don't mind combat in games, of course, but whenever you have something that feels action-packed but isn't about combat, like, inherently it's so rare that it's just novel. And I think the same kind of thing applies to that, where it's shooting, but it's not combat, really. I'm sure it had some form of competitive multiplayer. I'm sure it had like events that are quite literally sort of deathmatch. But the stuff I remember mostly is like running laps around a target, like shooting range. So you like run through this environment and like targets pop up and you shoot them for score and time and everything. And there's some sort of like combo system and everything. Like, all this talking about the club just makes me go, fuck, I really want to just play the club. And I'm actually not... Let me look over to my shelf and see if I can see it. Because I feel like... I'm not sure if I have the game. I used to own it. And I feel like I'd recognize the spine over there, but maybe not. If I don't have it, it's like, fuck, I should get that game. But yeah, so that was Bizarre Creations, and that was an awesome game. And it's like, coming off of that, making this, like, yeah, of course the shooting is going to be sick in this game, because they made a game that was all about sick shooting. So if I had remembered that for the past, like, 2 years, I would be significantly more excited to be playing this. Not that I mind the fact that coming to this is like surprise isn't the right word, but I didn't go into this with excessively heightened expectations because of that. So I think that's just for the better. So we started in Athens with this opening action set piece pre-credits level. Then we went to Istanbul, did some driving, we did some action. We went to Monaco to sneak into a castle casino environment and get some info, I guess. And then we went to Siberia, infiltrating some kind of facility that turned out to be some kind of bioweapons factory, which we then exploded. The guy who we were after or whatever escaped to his train. So we had a car train chase, which led to this big hovercraft level, which was actually a pretty sick level. And I don't exactly remember how that went. But I guess we're going to Bangkok after that. I'm not sure if... I guess if I pick continue, it should just play the briefing for that level. Let me start the timer, because I will certainly forget otherwise, and we'll continue.
Wei?
Good morning, Colonel Ping.
Good morning, Commander Bond. To what do I owe the pleasure of this phone call?
First name, Colonel?
I'd like to know why a top Chinese agent was trying to contact a courier in Istanbul.
Perhaps it's the same reason a British agent was following him.
Are you suggesting an alliance?
You'll find me at the aquarium in Bangkok tomorrow night. Come alone. It's the only way I can guarantee your safety.
Funny. I was just going to issue the same warning to you.
Safety guaranteed, eh? Oh. It's adventure level.
Bond here.
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
Perfect Daniel Craig face.
We'll meet soon enough, but first, I need you to perform a small task in order to ensure our security.
And what might that be?
It's come to my attention there is recording equipment hidden in the aquarium.
And we can't take the chance of anyone listening in on us.
This is pretty sweet.
Let me know after you found them and disabled them.
Like, it's a cool, you know, visually fantastic environment. And, yeah, the fact that we get this, like, hanging around exploration bit with, like, a bunch of civilians, like, it really makes it feel, like we're in a location that exists outside of its purpose as like a shooting range, or, you know. Oh, wait, okay. I have to collect. Oh. Yeah, because the smartphone icon wasn't just showing up, and then I went here, and then it did show up. So I thought, like, the only thing that I could see was this thing, so I thought that was what I was supposed to, like, scan or whatever, but... Aha. Okay, there we go. So just wander around a little bit, see where... Still located on the ground. Oh, okay. Press B to vault. The camera just like locked over here by itself. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if we have some kind of shootout here or whatever, although I'm not sure what that would mean for the... Man, this seems... I feel like I'd be terrified to be in a location like this in real life, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just feeling that way because presence of James Bond makes it feel like a firefight is inevitable, and I maybe would not feel that way in real life. A little weird, it tells me where the bugs are. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I would have wandered around anyway. Like, I'm fine with it not being... It's not a particularly demanding or compelling challenge. Vault here, huh? For me, I think it's more the presence of, like, having an excuse to have things slow down for a little bit. Like, contextualizing this space and the fact that James Bond doing James Bond stuff isn't just, you know, running around punching, shooting people. And I think, not saying that that it would be a bad thing for it to be more challenging or whatever, but I don't feel like providing a challenge is the primary purpose of a sequence like this. It's maybe a little bit clumsy or inelegant. Probably over here. But, you know, it still fulfills its purpose. I mean, I would imagine that the message was something that was added late. It was just like a playtesting thing to make things a little more streamlined. Because I guess, yeah, I didn't even realize, like, but just looking at the room, it's like a spiral staircase, right? So that literally leads, like, if I went left and kept going that way, I would have to like go up the whole thing and find nothing and then go back. Without looking at it, I just thought it like connected all around. Although I did get the first thing like from this upper level, so it's possible that you could still get all them. But I guess once we're done here, we're probably going upstairs anyway. So there might have been some other reason to prevent us from going upstairs. But I like that despite... Okay, get a little bit of gameplay here. I was gonna say, despite not having a lot of, you know, bespoke game mechanics for this whole section, the narrative and explanation for what's happening gives it a little bit more of a puzzly, problem-solvy, like clever, spy gadgets, trickery feel to it, which is kind of cool. So I just guess, I guess. Oh, I can listen. Can I? No, okay. This is kind of weird. I'm just, yeah.
It's done.
Was I supposed to have a way to not brute force that?
Meet me on the ground floor by the whale.
I don't know. The whale tank. I thought this was like the ocean. I don't know. Are these different tanks? Those look like whales. I'm just gonna go over there. I'm a highly knowledgeable super spy. That's him.
Ping? Is that you?
Tell me, Commander Bond, how much do you know about whales?
Not much. Enough to know they shouldn't be kept in aquariums. Apart from that, I wouldn't like to end up in one.
Then maybe you can understand what it's like to live inside the world's biggest country. There are 1.3 billion people living in China today,
Subtitles.
Mr. Bond. 1.3 billion Chinese who need to be fed and housed and clothed every day, every week, year in, year out.
I am aware of the numbers.
But perhaps not the implications.
Go on.
It's not that we're not as smart or as technologically savvy as the West. We invented gunpowder and currency while you were still living in caves.
Not cliche or
Yet
anything.
in every society, there are those who would cheat, those who would steal to gain any advantage.
The researcher, industrial espionage. Someone in China was behind this. One of your people kidnapped and killed him.
No, something worse. An economic mercenary. Someone who would steal the most dangerous technological secrets and sell them to the highest bidder. Not out of ideology or politics, but for money and power to turn us against each other.
But who? Where? How do we find him and stop him?
My team was in Geneva, following up on a link to this man. Do you recognize him?
No.
His name is Rak. He was born in northern Mongolia, on the contested border between Russia and China, and has no love for either. He keeps his money and his mistress in Switzerland.
But he operates out of Bangkok.
If it's illegal, he's got a piece of it. At first, we thought he was a middleman in all this.
Music just goes on. I'm just gonna. I was just gonna say, like, it would be sick if this level just ended. Like, this was just a briefing level where we just went to this exotic location to get information, and then we'd leave peacefully, and then that's like the extent of the level. I think that would be sick. Now, at least there's like one guy here. I guess it's gonna be some kind of a chase type situation. I don't know if the room's gonna flood with goons or anything, but yeah, it could still make for an interesting level. But I just think it would be kind of a bold move to have. I mean, Everything or Nothing does that, right? It has quote unquote levels that are literally just a cutscene. But it's even got, I think, I want to say that there's like some Q branch stuff, but I might be getting it mixed up with From Russia with Love that had like a full MI6 level. But yeah, stuff like that I think is cool. But anyway, I guess we're yeah, support squad. Got a weapon. There's not like huge army for fighting. This feels like a little more, like it makes a little more sense thematically. Point reach. Oh, I guess there's a. All right. He made it all the way to the railing so we could fall over. That's pretty good. I guess I should take cover. Shooting's still fucking pretty good. Weapon's gonna not be very good for this. Guess it works. Okay. He flinched his head back when I hit him, so I just naively assumed that I hit a headshot that killed him. Okay, let's try. I don't know if the shotgun's gonna be. It's not gonna be good here. The shotguns feel pretty sick. I guess I want the sniper alive, so I just gotta like catch up with him. Right, that's like literally the worst weapon. They do, of course, provide this little sniper rifle here, so good level design. It's very annoying, in my opinion, in a lot of games like this, where you never really know. Like, you want to... I mean, the sniper rifle and shotgun is like the perfect encapsulation of this sort of issue, where you don't know... They're kind of like situationally powerful weapons that they might be really great to have for a particular kind of situation, but you won't know until you're in that situation. So you want to like try to hold on to it just in case, and then if that situation just doesn't really present itself, then you kind of carried around dead weight for nothing. But, you know, this is sort of working out to a degree. I guess I shouldn't waste time or ammo shooting the assassin. That shit feels pretty good, though. I didn't feel too ridiculous with the amount of people in here. Pretty cool. Like, guard just on the floor. Why did I bother with this fucking phone thing? Security person. So I wonder if that was the whole level. As far as the game's, like... Because I thought I had done, like, 3 levels, and then when we finished last stream and looked at the menu, it was, like, 7 levels. Or 9, or whatever, just the way it's, like, splitting the levels up. But it doesn't, like, show you that... like, the game doesn't ever tell you... Man, this is fucking sick, though. The game doesn't ever tell you that, like, one level ended and the next one began. Normal man attire, Daniel Craig. Yeah, we don't get the full, like, cardigan college professor. I guess I was chasing him. Okay, I see. I was like, why is it turning black and white? Like, okay, we died. In the Istanbul level, where he was walking around in his cardigan, like, that was pretty good. But this, like, polo shirt, Daniel Craig feels pretty typical. It doesn't have a lot of extravagant fashions for the most part, but it feels like proper Daniel Craig Bond fashion. Beat the ladder. Do I go inside? Kick door. This is fucking sick. Oh, fucking rooftop jumping. Love that shit. Oh crap. I have to guess where, like, what direction I'm meant to go here. Get up. Being shot at probably means I'm headed the right way. Keeps radioing for backup, so I'm guessing I'm gonna have to deal with some other people soon enough, but oh yeah, I don't have a gun, so I can't shoot, actually. Takedown, that's right. I forgot how that works, but okay. Got a weapon. Fuck, this is pretty sick. Takedown. Very satisfying. I don't know why we're in thick smoke all of a sudden, but dude, fucking blind fire is quite useless. This guy is just tanky as shit, though. Oh, ladder. Point reach. Snipe. No. I want something cool to happen. I mean, I don't know if that would be like explosive or anything, but I want to shoot stuff and have things happen. Like, the game's definitely a little lacking in like Bond moments. Stuff, Mendel. Like, there was the thing where we were able to shoot down this little like cargo elevator to explode stuff or have it drop on enemies or whatever. Man, look at all this waist high cover. And that was cool, but I feel like some of the other Bond games have definitely like peppered the levels with things like that, and this game doesn't really do that. Oh. The guy shot me and then he just like lost track of where I was, I guess. And the death animations and like ragdoll physics and stuff is also like super well done. There's like a lot of just like good death animations. But when they like fall over cover or bump into walls or just fall down stairs or whatever, like, it just looks natural. Done well. In a way that like shouldn't be remarkable, but still so common for games to just not do it all that well. But it still stands out that like it's actually done kind of how you would want it to be done. Don't shoot me, guys. I want to scan some intelligence. Takedowns feel quite satisfying. Okay, I was trying to take cover behind that crate, didn't work, but someone just got this elevator here for us. Completely fucking stone-faced. Destination Holiday. That was a sick-ass level.
Stop! Take one more step and you're dead. Throw down the gun.
No, just by talking to you, Rock is going to kill both of us.
The gamma levels look extremely fucked up, though. Like, everything... I guess that's typical of the time. Like, just like a pre... Whoa, okay, the scale of that did not... Okay, that's... That was like 4 times further away than I thought it was supposed to be. But I guess there was sand, so it's fine. There's like pre-PBR shaders and everything. And it's quite typical to have these like really, really harsh black shadows and everything. I mean, this isn't real-time rendered, but still, it applies to the game itself too. Although the FMVs do look darker than the game, for sure. That's probably because I changed the brightness settings, and that probably doesn't reflect the... Like, it doesn't change the FMVs. I was gonna... Whoa, okay. Take off the tuck. Okay, that's... Man, that's so fucking sick. I was just about to say, like, oh, is this going to be a driving level? But I turned into one before I could even finish that thought. I mean, this is like a proper fucking James Bond set piece level. I didn't like the uncomfortably demanding controls of at least one previous driving level. But in terms of like conceptually in the set piece feel of it and just the visuals, like they really do a good job of making the driving levels feel like they're not just filler. They're like, yeah, they're proper. I mean, that's pretty funny the way the signage goes through the route. But I mean, it makes for a smooth experience. I can tell where I'm supposed to go, even if just barely. As far as the coolness factor, I think this game definitely has some of the coolest implementations of like driving and vehicles. Even if I'm struggling a little bit with the driving controls on occasion. Funnily enough, this like tow truck handles much, like it's much easier to control this tow truck than the fucking Aston Martin or whatever. It's a little hard to see with the frame rate and screen shake and gigantic dust clouds and everything, but I haven't fucked up yet. This vehicle feels a little preposterous, though. I mean, not the one I'm driving, but the one I'm chasing. At least to be driving it down, like, actual city streets. Oh, fuck's sake. But, I mean, a stage like this, too, is, like, the perfect level to have some kind of Bond moment stuff where, like, even if it's something you literally cannot miss, like Everything or Nothing would have had you jump over something and show you a slow-mo camera angle and give you a Bond moment for doing it. I mean, they usually sneak in like interesting ways of making it optional or hidden. Like even in a linear driving level, they would have slightly branching paths and things like that. But I mean, not to say that this level is lacking spectacle. This is easily as cool as any of the driving levels in Everything or Nothing, as far as I'm concerned. But it's more about the game in general, like lacking the concept of the sort of Bond moment as a system mechanic to deploy in order to like elevate the excitement even further, which is something that I think Everything or Nothing did the best out of all of the games that had that system, which was pretty much all of them, starting with Agent Under Fire up through From Russia With Love. I cannot believe I still didn't fuck this up, just given how some of the previous driving levels went. Question is, how do we conclude this? Do I use my crane to... Oh, he's speeding up. Because it sure doesn't seem like he's... Oh, yeah, okay. Jump up onto the... Oh, we'll figure it out. I presume it's going to kind of solve itself. I just realized half the fucking bridge collapsed. Rip that guy. And that guy. Dude, it's so fucking hard to see. Just drive straight into the pit. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, if you just like keep going forward without crashing, and it'll solve itself. Yeah, so I'm sure that was probably its own level, because all the driving levels have been, like, in terms of the level select structure and everything. That might have been like the third Bangkok level we just finished, which is good. It's how it should be.
Body to the morgue and find me the other driver.
Yeah, that was insane. What's up, Minerva?
Bond,
Good to see you're alive, 007. We tracked your cell phone to Bangkok, but the GPS coordinates haven't moved in 6 hours.
I may be closing in on the people behind the researcher's kidnapping. I need to have Q Branch run a data check on a man named Rack. Banking, business associates. Have them contact me with names and addresses.
Will do. But I should warn you, We've been following news reports that the Thai police are looking for an Englishman who destroyed half of Bangkok last night in a car chase.
And what makes you think it was me?
Do you really want me to answer that question?
Can I call you back?
There's still no sign of the second driver. Go check the buildings along the riverbank and see if anybody saw anything.
Yeah, we're just not going to bother with subtitles because it was technically not a cutscene. Like, that shit is so stupid. But yeah, I keep being so, like, blown away by how, as soon as we see the mission briefings and it's all, like, just, like, graphics moving everywhere, like, I get, like, completely stun-locked and, like, impossible to listen to what anyone is saying. But then you have, like, Bond on the phone talking to M, and it's, like, fucking riveting. So whenever we have the characters actually speaking and interacting and, like, being in the world, like, the actual narrative and, like, the moment to moment of what's happening and where we are and everything, like, it's super cool. And then we get the mission briefings and you're like, wow, what's this game about again? I can't, like, when they're explaining the plot, I can't follow along. But when they're actually showing stuff, it's, like, actually exciting. So that was a super fucking cool level. And just, like, that sequence of levels, like the aquarium, you know, walking around, mission briefing, sudden attack, turns into a shootout, and then it's a rooftop chase, and then it's an insane car chase, and then we get knocked out, wake up, and like, oh shit, we're in some kind of stealth mission. Like, that shit is so good. Like, I do still miss having the proper bookending of levels with, like, the mission debriefing and, like, score tally screen and everything, like you get in Everything or Nothing. And I think you can still have that and still have a mission that starts like this. But I can I understand that I'm in minority who feels like I prefer that structure of, like, stopping and starting. I think most people would feel like having this more movie-like seamless experience is better. But that's just, like, one of my weird hangups. Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, so this was on PC, but it's obviously been delisted given that it's a license thing. It's locked to 30 FPS on console, and at least on Xbox, it runs fine. Like, it maintains its frame rate, but playing it on PC at high resolution and frame rates, I can only assume will improve the experience further. But it's yeah, it's a good game. Yeah, we get, like, achievement counters for every type of
from an old friend of yours called
takedown.
He owns a club not far from you. I'm marking the location on your smartphone now.
Stun gun, I see. I was wondering, like, what the weapon situation would be here. Tools, again, for being so, like, grayishly realistic, it's not like, and it doesn't have, like, the wheel's still kind of spinning. It doesn't have that, like, PS2 sort of filter to make it look stylized and video gamey and interesting. Like, I think Quantum of Solace was a better looking game on PS2 than 360, just because, like, from a purely aesthetic point of view. But for a 360 game with quote-unquote, like, realistic visuals, and especially a sort of a drab color palette, I'm continually impressed with how nice this is actually to look at. Like, it weirdly reminds me of something like Batman Begins on the PS2. Those, like, late era PS2 original Xbox games that could look terrible, but occasionally they just were made in such a way that they still managed a really interesting look. Quantum of Solace was kind of like that too, even if it had lesser production values. And I feel like it's unusual to get that feel from a 360 or PS3 game. Yeah, I don't remember when I got this, a few years ago, but I imagine that some of these games, like, grabbing the console versions, they're not going to be very pricey. I mean, I know I bought copies of these games, and I would not have paid like that much for them, so, you know. Old friend. That's right, there's no crouching or, like, stealth button. I can't stealth take down this guy across the hood of the car, but I should be able to corner stealth takedown. I guess they saw me. Luckily it's not, like, complete forced stealth or anything. Oh, shit. Okay, I didn't understand how the gun worked. It has one charge and then it's like a long cooldown. Because I kept like picking up... I guess it still actually does take ammo though. Well, it wasn't like... And that's the other thing, when there's like stealth stuff here, it's not overly punishing to fuck it up. Again, like, such a good... like variety, like the style and identity of each mission, like, just really feels different. Like aesthetically with the visuals of each location, but just like, oh, this is sort of a stealthy thing, and you have the stun gun making it different too.
We've got CCTV stills of the suspect. This guy needs to be found. There are some very influential.
So I have the focus stuff, but I wonder if that like
the area. What?
affects the like ammo. There's a guy over there somewhere by the ladder. Also, what's up, Agent Doppler Hertz? Greetings. I love enemies just positioning themselves around corners. It's like perfect. Okay, I can obviously go there, but it seems pretty conspicuous. Well, I'll say obviously, but I'm gonna assume that this is the more... Oh, never mind. The ladder was highly... Oh, no, I can't climb. Okay, I was gonna say, but I can't get up there? But no. Okay, so this seems like it would be the optional hidden bonus, whatever. Alternate route. Who knows? Either way, it's a rooftop route, so it's obviously the sicker path to take. So normally when people, like when enemies are around at like a ledge like that, you do a takedown, you just fucking shove them over the edge. Will I do that with innocent cop? No, I guess that's like yeah, it's like chicken wire, whatever, so it's not actually... You wouldn't be able to actually knock him down there. Oh, Bolt. There's a good amount of rooftop jumping and equivalent in this game. I highly approve. Oh, I guess... so you could walk over here, and maybe there was something down there, some intelligence to collect or whatever. But you still have to take this route to actually get to this ladder. Sound mixing is definitely weird. There's a lot of stuff that just feels like it's not making any noise. A kind of peculiar and unsatisfying way, but... Oh, okay. That was a... No, okay. It said takedown. So sometimes the button prompt says takedown, and sometimes it says silent takedown or stealth takedown. And I thought that was, like, a non-stealth takedown. But I guess it was? I don't know. It's confusing. Oh, okay. The controls changed when the camera angle changed. There's a lot of scenes like this where there's like the lighting looks super flat and a little weird, and then you have this like really strong like rim light on the characters. A little strange, quite unnatural looking. But definitely not a bad looking game. I can't smartphone from a ledge. Police profile. Phone off. Can't reach him. I wonder if I can blind fire the stun gun from here and hit him. Yep, that worked. want to make sure to get 5 stun gun KOs so I can get that achievement or whatever. Well, I said I want to make sure, but I guess that I might not even... If I get to the club and that's the end, then I guess I might be screwed. But we'll see. Guess we're not quite done yet. Or maybe we are. That was a cool level. Like, not overstaying its welcome at all either.
Good evening, sir. Can I show you to a table?
No. But you can show me to the boss.
He's behind there.
My good man. Is there some way I can be of service?
I'm looking for a man.
What kind of man?
Your kind of man. Someone who preys on the helpless, sees the world as corrupt, and wants a piece of it.
You know me too well, James. How on earth did you find me?
Like, every now and again the lighting makes the faces look pretty good.
You know they
A
ran
lot of
me
the
out
time,
of Saigon.
not so much.
Was that after or before they ran you out of Athens? Or was it Ibiza? I lost track after Johannesburg.
Can I interest you in a girl?
I'll settle for some information.
Same old James. But what makes you think I'm gonna give up Rack without some kind of compensation?
Because I know you, Silky. And I know that you don't care whether Rack lives or dies, but you wouldn't mind having the 20% back that he probably skims from this place every week.
Rack has a secret boathouse on the Chow Prior River. But I'll bet you won't make it there alive.
I'll take the bet. Add it to what you owe me from last time.
And good day to you too, sir.
The fucking audio mixing is so strange. Like, every line of dialogue is like a different volume. And it's like supposed to be a club, and we can like
There's
barely
an
make out
Englishman on his way
that
to
there's
see
music in the
Rack.
background.
My money says he won't make it. And you know how much I hate to lose my money. Don't let me down.
There's some bored women in a bikini hanging out in the club. Still, like, the fact that there was that much like of the club that we could see, for it like literally just being a cutscene, pretty good.
Rack's got the police out looking for the British agent.
Like, it's definitely got that similar like everything or nothing pacing, where like the levels are really short, which is very, very good.
He'll be heading this way. Stay on your guard and be ready to fire. Rack doesn't care if he's brought in breeding or not. He'd have to be crazy.
Again, though, not a cutscene, so no subtitles. Anyway. Oh, okay. I was gonna focus shot these guys, but... Okay.
Investigating threat.
Nope, nope. No investigation. Could have worked out better, but that's fine. I hate the fucking flashing when you turn smartphone vision on and off. I forgot how much that annoyed me. Cool game though. I really like a lot of these locations. Let's actually... Fucking top knot ponytail, pretty good. Didn't take, there we go. Shit is satisfying letting those headshots. Again, like the okay. The way the sort of auto lock-on works is like if you have the aim, like if you're aiming at their face, or sort of, when you do the aim down sights, it actually locks you on perfectly for a headshot, and it keeps automatically tracking them for like a second. But if you're not really aiming at the head, it'll lock onto their chest or like their center of mass. It's a really clever, simple system, and it actually works quite well. Like, it feels really intuitive and natural. See, like that. And I guess I only hit him in the jaw or something, but yeah, the shooting's really satisfying. Like, it works really well on controller. $74. Did I switch? I think I did. Nope. That's pretty cool too. Like, I guess he just completely misunderstood where I was. It's like, it's a nice, like, kind of believable thing. Like when enemies don't like feel completely omniscient. Very well stocked supermarket. Cool scene though. All right. Didn't quite make the most of the element of surprise there, but hey, we're alive and he's not, so. Sure, satisfying. Context-sensitive takedowns.
Squad C didn't hold him. If he got through the market, he'll be heading this way. Should be here any...
Reinforcements? I don't like the sound of that. I'll take that later. Wanna come up here and get a little hug? Man, that shit is so satisfying. Just, I mean, even if I fucking missed everything, just shooting a few shots, like firing a few shots off to scare them a little bit and then just get a takedown. I open, okay, I guess I opened this. It's like I hear noises, but I'm not sure. Where did he even run from? Was he making a phone call? Let's see, okay. So focus shots like this will always kill, but it doesn't improve your rate of fire. So slow firing gun like the shot, well, I guess technically it's probably a little bit faster than it would be otherwise, but I kept thinking I had 12 rounds, but it's just because it's called 12 gauge. I was like wondering why I couldn't reload it. Swap to the AK. I like that you generally have pretty low ammo, so you're always sort of incentivized to swap weapons. Look openable. Oh, well, there's a door. Ah, can I squeeze through, please? This looks, oh, fucking lighting. Looks so sick. I just like was impressed seeing the Buddha statues and stuff like that. Was pretty cool. And then dramatic warehouse lighting. It's a fucking box warehouse that's like dilapidated and extra gray and brown and dirty, but like it's actually really visually appealing to look at. You know, something quite a few games could learn from. Wait, let's... Oh, okay. That's pretty far away there, but good. I wanted to get that focus aim refilled. The whole focus aim system and the way you reload it or like recharge it by doing melee takedowns is also like very simple but really good. Ouch. Bang. It's like trying to workshop if I could knock down that platform. I won't let that guy get close so I can take him down. That's actually pretty satisfying of a system too, where the juice. So Rick, can I? Like, it doesn't look like it would be destructible, but because there's like nothing conspicuous about it. But if an enemy is like standing on a fucking rickety platform like that, I think it's a little bit of a negligence on the part of the developer to not make it so that I can shoot it down and have him fall into the water. I'll be honest. I think they're kind of lacking a little bit in their duties as Bond game developers. Oh, now we're chasing. Limited sprinting capacity.
It's over, Rack. You're finished. I know about the kidnappings, the bioweapons, the missing researchers. I'll give you one last chance, Rack.
You should have quit while you had the chance.
All right. Well, like that, even knocked out, he had the same ice cold stare. Down, but not out. Well, we got some Bond in peril action coming up. Game is exciting.
Welcome to your final destination, Mr. Bond. You're in Burma. Your last stop.
Subtitles.
The end of the line. The place where your sad story comes to an ugly end.
So how does it work, Rack? What do? Fly your kidnapped victims here and torture them until they give up their corporate secrets?
Take a very good look at this knife, Mr. Bond. It's platinum, encrusted with precious stones and diamonds. Designed to elicit the most exquisite pain when I use it to eviscerate a man and skin him alive. You talk, Mr. Bond. You give up your secrets. Sooner or later, they all do.
You could kill me, Rack. But MI6 will send somebody else. Either way, you're as good as dead right now.
Wait. I'll be there as soon as I can. Get my helicopter ready. We're going to Bangkok. When I return, Mr. Bond, we're going to string you up in the yard and bring all the prisoners around to watch. After they see me cut your tongue out, it may help loosen theirs.
Like, I'm just super excitedly waiting for like torture, survival, or escape mechanics. Like, just like, what is the gameplay going to be? Have to be repeatedly, but you know, there's going to be some kind of escape part to this, I assume. I mean, we might have a you know, classic video game. Stepping 2 feet outside of my cell, and there's all my stuff. But again, I guess you don't have that much stuff. You have the smartphone. Although I did get the mission objective to find my stuff. That was a good cutscene still, but I was kind of like hoping, like in Everything or Nothing, where you're like tied up to the drilling equipment. You have to like equip a gadget in your inventory to escape it. Like, that's super sick. There could have been something a little more interesting about this aspect here. Not bad. Like, it's still, in the context of the other levels and everything, it's still highly distinct scenario. Yeah, see there, I had a takedown prompt, and then I got a little bit closer, and it turned into a stealth takedown prompt. But again, it's nicely forgiving that... Actually, do I? No, I can't use my smartphones. The fact that you don't have to crouch and walk super... Like, crawl really slowly to do stealth is nice. Like, I guess you can't sprint full speed, but even if you do, enemies take a moment to realize you're there and to react, so you can basically sprint up to someone and take them down. You might not get a stealth takedown, it might not be ideal, but you're not gonna... Like, the game doesn't function in such a way where you're terrified to move a little bit too fast, so you're gonna go into this crouch crawl, super awkward, tedious, like needlessly slow even by the game's demands, which is like how it often works out. So I think it's a smart sort of design. Okay, so I need to get my phone, and then I can like hack this or whatever I get. Good, makes sense. Like, I mean, it's a little bit silly that they put it in the corner right here by the locked door, but a good like excuse to have me to force me to get the stuff. I mean, in fairness, it was about as far as they could put it from where I was locked up and still being in the same building, so you know, they didn't put it right outside of my room. So, you know, credits for that, I guess. Exotic birds.
We own your body, your spirit, your mind, and you will tell us what we want to know, or Rack's knife will be the last thing you ever see.
I have 2 focus aims.
There goes Mr.
I can make that 3.
But don't worry, he'll be back to you all right soon enough. It doesn't have to be like this. All you have to do is tell us what you know. We'll fly you back to your homes. You can hold your child again. Live for years.
Climb up. Because am I am I choosing to not get myself involved in this political conflict here? True British gentleman. I was trying to figure out a way to do this to make sure I didn't... like, trigger the awareness of the other guy. I swear I saw the takedown prompt. Oh, there we go. It's just a little bit of a tight corner there. So is that ladder, like, broken to indicate that I can't actually climb up there? Do I? Nope, just ladder. Yeah, the enemies are very cooperative. wonder if there's like an achievement or bond move or something for actually rescuing these guys. Like, I feel like I should be, but maybe I can... focusing on the mission. Camera gets a little weird sometimes when you do stuff like that, but... Okay, checkpoint reached. Take a swim? Gonna guess no. Don't up there though. Oh, I guess they noticed I... Oh, this is pretty cool. I guess, yeah, there's like fence. Can't necessarily grab a guy. Well, it looks like there's no fence over there in that final section, so hope this guy conveniently stays behind. That shit's not gonna get old. What weapon do I have? Shotgun seems a little... Well, I was gonna say seems a little questionable, but I guess the this guy's gun fell down, so shotgun it is. All right, we got mines. Cool. Okay, close quarters. I like that.
Alpha squad, check the river.
Still can't stealth it though.
Form a sweep of the barracks. He may be heading to the jungle.
Yeah, I can't hug this.
Is priority 1. No sign of him in the prison yard. He's definitely left the area. If you spot the escapee, do not...
Oh yeah, I forgot that you can actually see enemies.
Are you crazy? You heard what this guy did in Bangkok. If I see him, I'm taking him down.
Negative. Repeat. Do not shoot. How do you think Rat will react if we kill him?
Yeah, sometimes you like leave cover.
I'll worry about that later.
Something tells me a quick death from the British spy will be preferable to a slow one at Rat's knife point.
Yeah, well, see what you do if you... Is someone there?
Nope. What the? It's a takedown. Might as well.
Come in. Your last comm was broken.
Nope. No problem. Everything's fine over here. A lot of shotgun ammo. But shit like this, like even when that like went a little bit south, you don't get 12 guys pouring in and then it's like, oh, like you don't feel annoyed that it didn't work out. It's still like, oh man, I salvaged that. I made it work. And I came out alive. Like that feels satisfying. I really like how that kind of tends to naturally work out. The one thing I'm definitely missing in the cover system is in a situation like that where you have cover like in front of you, there's no, rarely anyway, way to like, I can't like switch to that cover in front of me. I have to like go out of cover and manually run over like that, which, like as far as the game is concerned, being out of cover makes you like visible in a way you wouldn't be otherwise. So there is like a mechanical distinction to like switching like this versus going out of cover to move over there. I am out of ammo for this, so we'll do that. You can't like swap shoulders. You're aiming over. I could explode the car. I just realized it actually shows you the little explosive thing in your smartphone vision. We actually did use explosive cars to good effect in an earlier level. Fun and satisfying. Combat AR. I guess that's a weapon we haven't had before. Of light climbing and jumping. I have to like corner here and then walk up here. The cover system mostly works fine. But especially like going around corners can be a little weird. What's up, Ringu? How can I watch my Death by Degrees playthrough? So there was a big thing with Twitch basically deleting or like strictly limiting the amount of videos you can keep on your channel. So pretty much everything is deleted from my Twitch highlights. But my YouTube channel has a bunch of stuff. Like I've archived everything more or less, but not everything is live, like published on YouTube. I don't remember off the top of my head. Like I think most sort of full game playthroughs, like certainly all the Games Bond stuff and everything, but I think something like Death by Degrees I probably would have made live on YouTube, but I am not sure off the top of my head. If you scroll down on my page, or if you type !links, you can get a link to my YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/@Jiggy, I think. And you can see if you can find it there. If it's not currently published on my YouTube page, I can try, no promises, to remember to look over it and like publish it. It's just that I had a lot of stuff to export, and like ideally I want to try to, like, I had thoughts of maybe wanting to set up a different channel for the VODs and stuff, so a lot of it is just like a little bit in limbo. The files, like the actual videos exist on YouTube, but it's all like unlisted private stuff. As I like figure out what I actually want to do with it. These guys had helmets, so that's fair, but definitely a little unsatisfying when you shoot someone in the head and they don't die. But actually, like, when these guys have a helmet and you shoot them and the helmet flies off, like, I think that's pretty fair. I can't complain too much about that. Oh yeah, I probably don't want to fight that guy. All right, I just want to make sure to get a kill with this weapon, because that's like a thing. Some kind of achievement, I guess, for like getting a kill with every weapon. Right here. That railing does not look like it would protect me from these shells, if I'm being perfectly honest. A launcher, alright, destroy APC. Pretty good. Oh, do we have to like, do we have to fucking American Gladiators this? To just like run by this gauntlet and find the grenade launchers? That's pretty fucking sick. I mean, I don't know if that's the thing, but that would be sick. Did I destroy it? I don't think so. I can't see like my objectives, can I? Oh, okay, there we go. Destroy the APC is still the objective. Oh, okay, I can go here. That's not the... That's okay, that's better. I think I've gotten a kill with the M, but it's a shotgun and it's fun and cool, so let's use it anyway. Ah! They got a shot up. It's okay. I'm just gonna stand here. That's a grenade. The red barrel. Not that kind of red barrel, I guess. Nope. Cover. Okay. Man, the way you just like get yourself out of tight situations like that feels really good. The thing is, I was trying to work towards doing focus shots, and I just wanted to have swap to the pistol first because it's like faster and more efficient. But then I didn't even really need to. That was cool. All right, let's find another grenade launcher or something up here, I guess. That worked out. I don't know, I can't get over that we're doing a full fucking American Gladiators level. Like getting to each little station and firing off our little grenade. That's pretty good. Corner. Death animations are so good too. So yeah, I was gonna comment on before, like the having the helmeted guys take multiple headshots still feels fair. But aside from there being more armored guys, like it really hasn't been a thing yet. Like that's the extent of enemies getting tankier as we get further in the game. Okay, yeah, we get like all the grenade launchers here. Whoops. Assume this is what I'm meant to be doing. All right. Oh, okay, cool. You break the wall when it explodes. That's pretty sick. Yeah, so once you get, like, if you fuck it up before you get here, you get an endless supply of grenade launchers here. That's pretty, pretty good design for something like this. Although, I don't actually want it. Well, the level might end here. Steal a vehicle and drive somewhere? Maybe we steal a vehicle and fly somewhere. Alright. Bond driving, comma, other for like the 4th time in the game. I'm sure those other prisoners made it out just fine. Of course.
Out of my way!
Right, okay. It was heat seeking. Alright. It's Ikari Warriors now. Crash in the jungle, just gonna shoot our way out. Man, it's a pretty soft landing. Alright, escape crash site. Fucking hell. Alright, this is pretty sweet. Looks like a... Whoa! Shit! That was more exciting than I was ready for. I thought it was just like dropping down. Alright, I mean, why not? That's cool. Oh yeah, the lens flares. Game is like going crazy with the lens flares. But it's a cool visual effect. I like it. Anyway, this looks like a path forward. I'm guessing stealth isn't going to be a big factor here, so... I mean, having said that, we're going to walk 10 feet and no one's going to know we're there, and then we can just sneak up on guys and take them down.
No, please, please!
I feel like I just aborted a voice line there. It was going to provide some context. Well, let's shoot some dudes. Or kick some dudes. That works too. I'm gonna keep stocking up on focus aim, so I might use them. Like, there's no point in running around with 3 of them stocked and then keep doing takedowns. See, like, even those guys that are fully armored, like, they go down quickly. They don't feel tanky. But if they don't go down literally instantly, like, it feels justified. And even then, it's not like, oh, that's what every enemy is like now. It's handled very well. Okay, now those are some explosive things. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that mechanic. That... when you have explosive tanks like that, they just go flying. And each one of them is still explodable. Alright, you can get closer. Not close enough. Well, that works. Fucking hell, that shit's satisfying every time. Getting just way further back than I thought. Oh, well, I exploded some more tanks over there. The way that ammo, like, counts down, like, interpolates, really confusing. Like, when you swap weapons and you had like 30 extra rounds and you switch to weapons where you have 0, it just like counts down, which is a very strange, like, visually kind of confusing. Oh, that's right. But like, looking at the ammo count in the UI doesn't really matter all that much because you don't typically have a lot of extra ammo anyway. I see. Okay. I feel a little uneasy about hanging out around these big explosive tanks. See, that guy with the full body armor and helmet, like, it could just so easily be justified as a dude you have to shoot 50 times, and they just didn't do that. Like, it's such a relief. Alright, I just want some space so I can shoot some of those things so that I can run past. I don't know, actually. It could be that the enemies literally cannot shoot those things. Hadn't really occurred to me. Doesn't feel entirely secure. Fuck it. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this doesn't look like it would provide that much cover either. Luckily, this side does. Oh my god. Okay. That was really sick. The camera just like naturally looked up there and it's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. That was a fucking cool sequence. Like, there's been a couple of those where we have to contend with these like gunships and APCs. This is so cool and like just shot right through the wall. A little funny here. For instance, there are no actual holes there. I mean, obviously they're just like decals on this side, but a very good set piece. Pretty big environments. I mean, in a visual sense, but they're not like sprawling and tedious to explore. They're still very properly guided, like level sequences, which I really like. But they don't feel like we're walking through hallways. All right. Climb up. There. Oh, there's a. I like that a lot of the levels incorporate this sort of physicality to like climbing and creating these like makeshift elevators or step ladders or whatever to get to where we need to go. Is there another? I just climbed up here, right? There's. I can use this to. Wait, what? Oh. Am I trying to... Okay, I guess I'm creating a bridge over up to the dam or whatever. Okay, there's like a... Okay, it just like bumped me out of that scene. I totally missed that there was like a little control. Yeah, okay, so then we do actually climb up here. Cool dramatic camera angle. Pretty cool. It's funny where he's running with a rifle in his hands and he starts jumping while still carrying the rifle. And then like mid jump, the rifle just like disappears so he can actually grab the ledge. Find a lift.
Unspeakable horror awaits.
Lord Socrates. Thrive for 25 months. Very much indeed. Okay. Staircase leading to nothing. Going this way, I guess. I was hoping he would step closer to me so I could do a takedown, but this works. Inside. Ah, fuck it. Let's move. Just push onwards. Oh, that was a extremely badly aimed shot, but okay. Okay, that guy just gave up. He just walked away a little bit. Maybe we can... some ammo, maybe? I feel like there's multiple other Bond games we've played where a situation like this, if you don't have a weapon, like just having your standard pistol at this kind of range and like being outnumbered would just be completely hopeless. The fact that that's not the case here is quite a relief. Hitting the Shiva for 100 blind fire kills, and blind fire is like extremely useless. Seems rough, but I mean, hey, that's why you replay the game 50 times for, I guess. Ouch. AK is more effective. Okay, this looks pretty cool. Again, we're in a fucking gray facility, and it's actually like visually cool. I'm very impressed with this game's visual presentation. Nice of them to all line up. Alright, caution, wet floor. Ooh. I really like that enemy awareness signal. Sprinting image corruption of the cell phone is pretty funny.
How many more must die because of your
Boss fight coming up, huh?
Give yourself up. Open up like Berlin, like Pommer, like all the other unfortunate victims. The collateral damage of your antiquated...
Does this count as a villain speech? I think so. I mean, it's not quite like personal speech about the fucking failings of Bond and the British Empire or anything, but I mean, we got a little bit of a villain speech in the torture scene, so I think in general we can count that. I did off stream, by the way, fill out the Bond quotient part of the spreadsheet a little bit. I remember that we've had troubles with that, filling it out as I finish a game and not fucking remembering what was in the game or not. So I try to see if I can alleviate that a little bit by filling it out as we go. Cross the spillway bridge. This path, I guess. That's all we got left there. Oh, no. Grenade out. Fuck. I was being shot from behind, I think. Maybe? Who knows? Well, obviously that was a bad positioning. Let's try that again.
Stop!
Gotta screw that up, but whatever, doesn't really matter. I like this part was the difficult part. Man. Very good tumble there. Nice point blank. Shotgun.
Raise the bridge! Don't let him cross the spillway!
That focus shot was achieved much, but that's pretty bad. Yeah, and I figured I might as well use it if we're walking around here with 3 focus shots stocked up. Certainly didn't go any worse than last time. Oh yeah, okay, dudes were literally spawning from the corner. Game's at least pretty subtle with the monster closets. Hasn't felt cheap. I mean, not just like in terms of visually having it not be overly conspicuous, but it also doesn't feel like in the midst of a firefight that like enemies are weirdly spawning from places you can't see or predict, which is good because that's often just a very annoying feeling. If enemies spawn without it being noticeable or feeling weird, then it's not an issue. Okay, that's probably gonna... Dudes. M24. Weapon we haven't had before, so let's... Question is if more guys are gonna spawn here, but... probably not. The way the sniper rifle also, like... locks you on like this feels very good. Bit easy and intuitive to use. Yeah, you can see the auto aim there, like it's quite generous. Is this... okay, it's like lowering, yeah, I was gonna say. It feels like I'm waiting something out here. I want to make sure that I wasn't just like sitting around for no reason. Explosive thing there, but better off saving that. Bridge is done. I can spawn here. Oh, the gun, of course. I keep forgetting again that they actually just show you the enemy. Pretty funny with him like walking around with his phone out. Whoops! I didn't think I would land there. Not much. Maybe not shooting while running at full speed. Helpful. That. Nope. Safe behind cover. I was shot while I was locking onto the dude. So it kind of made me flinch, so I missed my shot. That was the other rifle. I'm going up here.
Still think you're doing the right thing, Mr. Bond? What about Tedworth and Ping? Did you succeed with them?
You're right, Rack. I should just let you kill me. That's I shouldn't try to survive. I mean, not that Rack has any reason to not try to talk me out of shooting all of his guys. So I mean, that's fair enough. The Father Axekeeper. noises. Oh, I should probably reload.
We have to deal with this guy.
I mean, you don't have to. Bond action is going well. We're progressing smoothly, and this game is pretty sick. I've been kind of waiting for a bit to like find a natural point to take a break. But the game just keeps going seamlessly from level to level and ratcheting up the excitement. So there hasn't actually been a good time for it.
Do you know how easy it has been to track you, Mr. Bond? The death and destruction
That works.
you leave in your wake.
I mean, this is definitely a full-on villain speech at this point, by the way. Activate lift power system, sure. Do that. Looks like an activation point for a lift power system. Unless this is the lift. I guess this is, well, there's a big series of switches here.
Men in this dam. Longer it takes for them to capture you, the slower I will make your agonizing death.
Did I do the thing? Or did it not? I guess that was the activation thing. Okay, and this is the actual lift platform. Okay.
What do you mean to do if you reach me? I beat you once before, Mr. Bond.
I mean, you didn't really beat me. You had henchmen. I mean, the stats in terms of the Bond versus henchman matchup, I'm afraid to say, is not in their favor. They're pretty cool set piece. Lock that up. When you don't get that instant lock on and you have to like aim manually, it can kind of screw with you a little bit. Okay, I guess that's cool. Well, whatever, I'm leaving. Fleet. Okay, so are they, I guess. I was gonna say, you still probably want to take him out so they don't shoot you from behind, but no, they just courteously just leave, I guess. Okay, I guess this is my stop. See, even this section could so easily have been like 5 times longer and really annoying. I'm reminded of the underground elevator section of, I guess it was GoldenEye Rogue Agent, where every level was like 40 minutes too long. Something to, okay, probably a weapon pickup there. Can't get over how nice it feels for enemies to go down so quickly. Coincidentally, it was also something that Everything or Nothing, or that Rogue Agent did not do very well. Everything or Nothing did not have a problem with that. Didn't have a lot of problems, period.
Why do you do this, Mr. Bond? Why risk your life for a country who
Okay.
will deny
Not a guy there, I guess.
existed? Who won't even send flowers to your unmarked gravestone?
Okay. Which here that I should go over there either? Well, I guess it's just a spare elevator. Won't matter. Ballroom. Alright. There's a dude, yeah, he's like in the tower over there. Quite see him. There hasn't been a lot of situations with like really troublesome like flanking. Like the shootouts have been like quite simple in terms of enemy positioning and like layouts. But because they're still pretty brief, and it's mostly kind of a sequence of advancing from position to position, like nothing really has time to get tedious or boring. Like, I'm thinking of how Quantum of Solace, the 360 version, got like way more exciting towards the second half or the end of the game, because the shootouts became more demanding in terms of like positioning and stuff. I mean, this game could still do that too. But even when it doesn't like demand that I swap covers or flank or, you know, keep multiple fronts covered, the layout of the environments themselves like is a little more intricate, I guess, at least in a section like this. So it doesn't feel like you're going in a straight line down a hallway. Like, the counters are fun. We're going here. Heard a noise.
But your luck ends now.
Say about that. Smartphone.
Look at your position, Mr. Bond. Hopeless. No backup. No exit plan.
All right, let me just shoot a circle around this guy's head. Shootable. Rack. Switch there that obviously is gonna do something. Okay, this seems to be a great place to rest. Okay, so I see. I like pressurize the pipe or whatever so he can't hover right in front of us. So he's gonna be hovering over there instead. I'm trying to get into cover, but okay. I can't game mechanically take cover here, but not getting hit by anything, it looks like, so. Okay, there's a bunch of other pressure control terminals. I guess we sprint over to the next room. The switch. Okay, that works. Anything else up the stairs? Go, there's another switch. Oh, you can actually do it while we're covered. That's good. So now he's just like moving over to where he's not in, like, where I'm not covered, basically. Oh, there's a final switch there. Okay. Take cover. Okay, that feels a little silly. Like when you can actually sneak up to it and be in cover and pull the lever like from within cover, made a bit more sense. But when you like have to stand up in his fire like that, it's breaks the illusion just a little bit. Like jumping on one foot.
I will annihilate you.
Cover health. Then when he lets go, we run for it. Stop, I should say. Checkpoint. Okay. Looks like there's a switch over there. We can make a daring leap.
All your efforts are for nothing.
Like, this is fucking sick. Well, luckily that was quite bulletproof. I mean, this is not the first time we've battled against like war vehicles in a James Bond video game, but I don't know that I would say it's a standout like the best one of these either, but definitely not a bad set piece action fight sequence taking out a gunship. Again, I don't know why I keep thinking of Rogue Agent, maybe because they did some thematically similar things, but I'm just thinking about the 6 times you're like on a rooftop waiting for Pussy Lord show up in the helicopter while you take down gunships and shit. This is a lot more exciting.
Please, save me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you who I'm working with.
Too late. I already know.
Fuck's sake. That was pretty sick. That was pretty sick. Okay. I thought we were gonna have a big tedious boss fight, but no, that was like the perfect end cap. That was fucking awesome. Damn fine shot. Okay, cool. We got a mission briefing? Like, what happens now? Or is that the final boss? I don't know.
The company had sales of 8.4 million euros last year. The owner, a British industrialist named Simon Porter, has developed a proprietary solar panel technology using a new kind of monocrystalline silicon wafer enhanced with copper indium diselenide to bring the cost of electricity down to less than €1 per kilowatt hour.
Interesting. Have we inquired whether there's a market for this technology?
Our contacts in North Korea have already said they'd pay handsomely for it.
And Mr. Porter? He lives in London.
Yes, but you should be aware that the Ministry of Defense has expressed interest in the company, which could bring MI6 into it, if we go ahead with Porter as our next target.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't think MI6 is going to be a problem anymore. Yes?
This just came for you.
Thank you. So then, we are all agreed that he's our next target.
What is it? Is something wrong?
No. Nothing. I have to leave. The meeting is adjourned.
Secret villainous twist. Alright, I need to, like, man, this game just fucking never lets up, and I've been going for a hot minute. I need to take a break at some point, and it'll be now. Let me take a break. Yeah, it's like normally you at least like get to a point where it's like, all right, okay, let me get on a plane, let me take a hour-long phone call from M, let me just relax for a little bit. But nope, none of that. This is like it's an understated kind of insanity compared to Everything or Nothing. Like, you know, it's not quite as absurdly ridiculous in terms of like what is happening on screen, but like the actual pace of like cool shit happening and like how it just seamlessly transitions into more cool shit. It's I love the quiet bits of like the little adventure sequence, but ever like since the start, like where we started the stream today, the end of the previous stream was like we exploded the giant bioweapons factory in Siberia, and then we had a gigantic like hovercraft chase after that, and that was like a pretty natural like, okay, we're done here, we're like, we get a mission briefing, etc. But then since then, it's been like 2 hours of gameplay with, I don't know, no breaks. Yeah, like it's not as tongue-in-cheek, like it's not schlocky in quite the same way, but it's definitely, I feel like it's kind of the difference between the Pierce Brosnan aesthetic and the Daniel Craig aesthetic. Like this has the Daniel Craig Bond groundedness, for lack of a better word, but it's like the equivalent version sort of the like insanity spectacle of it. Subcom said Zubera, welcome. But man, I need a rest. I was gonna like, man, this is gonna be a pretty shorter, maybe lighter, less intense stream today, but less intense is not what this game had in store for us. But it's actually like it's very smooth progress. We took like one death, plus we failed one of the chase sequences once because I didn't realize it was a chase. I was just like chilling, and then the screen just turned black and white and it said mission failed. I'm like, oh, I should have been running after that guy, which by the way was the rooftop chase in Bangkok, which was a super sick level. I think the only thing like missing is like we haven't driven a dirt bike. Like having sick motorcycle levels will elevate any game. And we're probably not, I mean, we've driven some other vehicles. There's probably not also going to be motorcycles. I mean, let's not rule it out. But I'm very happy to say that I like this game from the beginning, but it's like getting better and better, which is always pretty awesome. But yeah, I do need to take a short break. I'll be back in mere moments with more Bloodstone. See you guys in just a little bit. All right, I'm back and I'm ready for more action. Dude, let me fucking fix the camera thing. I don't know what's going on. Like, if the settings are the same as ever, but I guess we'll give me a moment. Their monitors. There we go. I found it. If I change, I swear that this. Whatever. Just for some reason today, I have to have my settings different than what I always have for it to work properly. Whatever. You're hopefully not here to look at my face anyway. But if you are, you're in luck. You can actually see it now. All right, so now we're driving. We're gonna catch Nicole. So she was in the game previously. She was like assisting MI6 or what? Like, I can't remember any of the plot. Whatever. But I guess she's secretly part of this arms dealing cabal or whatever. We're gonna catch her and we're gonna find what's up. I'll resume the timer and keep going. The game has made extremely good use of these like driving action set pieces. Like even every car level or vehicle level, I should say, has been a bit different from one another. And they break up the action, like shooting levels, quite nicely. Even when I occasionally struggle quite a bit with the driving mechanics and controls. Case in point. It's fine. It's fine. I feel like her car probably wouldn't be like super. I mean, it'll do fine, I suppose, but it doesn't seem like it's made for off-road driving. All right, sure, I'll just go left of that. Okay, back on track, back on track. See, I feel like, well, I was gonna say some of the previous levels, it was really just that one where we had to do a bunch of like handbrake turns where I failed so many times. It was really unforgiving. I guess it's just like the cars all have different handling. Okay, so we probably fail now. He's gonna, yep. But yeah, the previous level was like, a lot was like that. But let me just double check. Can I see I have the manual. There is a weapon button. I don't think we've actually... No, wait, did we have... No, that's right. We fired the gun when we were on the boat in the opening level. But otherwise, there haven't been like car gadgets or car weapons or anything. I just wanted to double check the... Oh, there's a horn button. That's good. The handbrake button. Because I wasn't like... I tried using it, but I wasn't sure if I was pressing the right button. Yep, okay. Well, she's gonna escape. So I suppose on account of being developed by a driving game developer, it's like driving game physics and controls and whatever else, so you have to like know what the fuck you're doing. I think it's like a, I don't know, it's my one kind of complaint about the game. And then shit like that happens and it's like so confusing. I'm just like Yeah, whenever her distance is like a bit over 200, seems to be when we fail. Or like at around 220, the screen starts going gray. Oh, we've got the next checkpoint at least. Like the okay. Physics there were a bit funny. Yeah, 250 somewhere, I guess. Looks like 300 is where it actually fails. But if I'm not on her tail when she's at like 220, 230, 250, like, then yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, the point being, like, the driving controls feel significantly more demanding and more punishing than any of the shooting does. And the game doesn't, like, give you a free ride to just, like, make these sequences play out smoothly. Like, you actually have to... I'm sure it's not entirely realistic, and there could be a million little things that this game does that their actual driving games don't. But again, like, for someone like me who doesn't know anything about driving, there's a stark contrast to the shooting where it's like it's so guided in a way that I appreciate. I think it's good, like it's fun, and I don't necessarily play a game like this for the high degree of challenge. I feel like there's a gap in like how much the game is assisting me in like realizing the Bond fantasy of being cool action guy versus how much it's assisting me in realizing the fantasy of being James Bond skilled automobile driver. Because I sure could use a bit more help on the ladder there. Still extremely cool driving sequences. Looking full Chase HQ now. Okay. Game like took over control there. Made me turn left. Oh, okay. The opening level had a sequence just like this, which was extremely satisfying because I was wondering if it's going to be like kind of awkward Chase HQ ramming mechanics. But in the first level, like as soon as you got close like this, it basically like cut to a cinematic and like ended the level. Am I meant to like guide her into these tanker trucks? Because they're a little conspicuous that they are like repeated, but I mean that's not what the game told me to do. Is that her life bar on the bottom right? I just noticed that there's like a bar around the map. Well, we did it.
Nicole, stop. Don't move.
Hello, James. Fancy
That was a cool
like
level, though.
Drop the gun. Move
It's
away
unfortunate,
from
though,
the
that like some of that friction
Nicole,
kind of
drop
takes
the gun.
away from that
What?
like
You'll shoot me.
I'd prefer to bring
seamless
you back
momentum,
alive, but it
action,
makes no
insanity,
difference to me.
pace.
When did you figure it out?
That's not important. I want to know why. Why did you do it?
There was a man. A rich and powerful man. I would have done anything for him. He asked me to help him. At first it was innocent.
And then?
I thought I could prove myself by destroying Pomerov's operation.
You did it for love?
3 question marks.
You of all people should know. I didn't want to grow old, alone, and poor.
Who? Who is it?
It won't make a difference.
I want a name.
You don't understand. He's everywhere. He's bigger than you. Bigger than
Secret
MI6,
actual villain.
Bigger than everything. And he's watching us. Right now. There is no escape.
Nicole, down! Get down!
Pinpoint precision.
Bond? Are you there? Come in, 007. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
We've been concerned about you, 007. What happened?
Long story.
But I think you're gonna need a new contact in Monaco. If you need me, you know how to reach me. Bond out.
So what now? Do we have any leads? I guess that was the end. Bridge too far. James Bond will return. All right, we got that. That was a little weird, but holy shit. Oh, here's the development team, the people who did not get credited in the opening credits. And it's really weird. No one's like, everyone is just, oh well, weird is maybe a stretch. Unusual. Everyone is just listed in alphabetical order. There's no like titles. Like I was thinking about the story because it felt like we had the big like crazy set piece and everything fighting Rack. And it's like, well, but wait, where do we go from here? Like I couldn't remember. Like, wait, was there an actual big villain that we were like chasing after? And then like Bond was a few steps ahead and like figured out the connection to what's her name, woman. And then she's secretly working for someone, and then it's just like a cliffhanger ending. That's a little. It's a little weird. Like it definitely feels like. I wasn't expecting this game to be super long, but with the structure and pacing, like it easily felt like we could have had the final act after this. Like if only somehow we got, like I said, you know, it didn't seem like he had any leads, you know, but something can happen. We can call in a favor from fucking, well, I guess not, what's his name? Robbie Coltrane, but you know, some other equivalent character. And figure out who the actual villain is and go fight them. It's a little bit of a odd note to end on. I mean, I guess it wasn't helped by the fact that I took a break right before that, and then it was one of those driving levels that took a couple of attempts. I guess we can call that time. But it was a really fun game, like so many cool levels, like super well done. Yeah, it seems clear that there was some intention. It wasn't like, it doesn't make any sense for this to be legendary Hollywood screenwriters like oh, this is how we wrap up the story. Like it felt like there was an intention for something more. And yeah, it's a real shame, because I would very, very much have enjoyed another game like this. Like, it's unfortunate that the ending kind of... How do I even put it? It just ends on a kind of unsatisfying note. But it never got boring, it never got uninteresting. Like, it kept throwing new things at us. So it was a very enjoyable experience, start to finish. But I think it's also... I'm trying to think if there were other games we've played that left me feeling so kind of unsatisfied in the same way. You know, the game's awesome and it's been great, but... And it's not even that, like, oh, it was too short. I think it's just like the the way it was somewhere when I was fighting Rock, and like it was really the cutscene when it's like we fight him and then you know he falls down and whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like a gameplay thing where it's slow motion, you have to do the one shot. It's like that felt like it's the end of the game, like doing that gameplay mechanic, which is literally how GoldenEye ends, the remake game. And I want to say there's maybe one other game that has done, I mean, I guess you have the bizarre ending to Quantum of Solace on PS2, which is sort of kind of similar. Like, it feels like a little bit of a gameplay gimmick that you put at the very, very, very end of the game to, like, just cap it off. So when that happened, I was like, hang on, is this the end of the game? Like, it wasn't the first time I thought of it, because even, like, when Rock had Bond captured, and it's like, oh, this is the final location, whatever. Like, obviously he's talking about the fact that he intends for Bond to die, but it's like, oh yeah, this could be the final stretch of levels. But the way the narrative was built up, like the game didn't really have one main villain that we're sort of following necessarily either. Like, each sort of leg of the game, we're kind of chasing a different person or target or goal. So it was hard to get a firm grasp on, like, how far into the story are we. It turns out that we were pretty much halfway, or even past the halfway point. Yeah, really, because we'd played like 3, almost 4 hours, and the game was less than 6. So we were like 2/3 of the way through after the first stream. And if you break down the missions and what you do, like, yeah, that makes sense. It, like, structurally, it's like, you know, the game could have been twice as long if the levels were stretched out much further, and I'm glad that they weren't, because it was, you know, it's well paced and fun. But it's a slightly odd feeling when you can't really tell where in the story you are, and when you have no sense of how far away you are from the ending. Like, usually you can kind of tell when you're sort of headed into some kind of a final stretch. And, you know, going to that aquarium didn't feel like it was heading into the final stretch. I mean, it wasn't quite, but it's like, I mean, essentially getting kidnapped or whatever, like breaking out of the prison cell, like that's sort of the beginning of the final stretch, but it didn't really feel like it. And it wasn't until we took out that guy that it's like, wait, hang on, is this actually like the closest we're gonna get to a main villain? Because he wasn't really, you know, he wasn't present throughout the game like you would kind of want. I mean, no one was. There wasn't one main villain who was present that way. So, yeah, the narrative, especially with the kind of cliffhanger ending. I mean, if you think of this as a movie, it would be a odd... Like, Quantum of Solace follows up directly from Casino Royale. And Casino Royale does have a slightly strange structure, especially with the ending. But it doesn't... The ending doesn't come out of nowhere, and it doesn't set up Quantum of Solace. Like, Quantum of Solace kind of replays the ending of Casino Royale at the beginning to set up what, like, it's sort of, hey, let's, you know, do a direct follow-up to that. Casino Royale, in and of itself, feels like a complete story. It doesn't, like, demand an immediate follow-up. There, like, you know, there's a thread there that you can pull on, but they could have, like, they didn't have to do it. Whereas here, imagine if there's a sequel to this game and it just, like, doesn't address this at all. Like, it would just feel weird. Because this ends feeling extremely unresolved in that it's sort of... Yeah, it like, basically Bond's trail just goes cold. As far as we are aware, at least, right? And, like, that's a pretty unsatisfying note to end the story on. But I do agree that, like, in terms of, like, gameplay, escalation, spectacle, even the driving, like I said, like, the driving thing ended up being a bit of a callback to the opening level that has a very similar sort of Chase HQ. You drive and you tackle them. Like, it was a little confusing why writer, Hollywood legend Bruce Firestone, why you had to like grind up against the car for 5 seconds instead of just like tackling the way it seemed like it worked in the opening. But whatever, like it was still cool. It was a nice sort of what's the word, fallback, I guess. Yeah, Pomerov was like felt like the kind of villain, but he was just like for the Russia levels. Greco, I think, was the guy in the opening France cast. Not like French, German, Russian. Like, no, it's France, Germany, Russia. Yeah, it's interesting when you just look at the voice cast. Like, it's not a very large cast of characters. I mean, that was even something I took note of in the opening level, where it's like Bond and M look like proper high-end expensive character models, and then like every other character, even who's supposed to be like the main villain we're chasing after in the opening scene, like the 3D models just looked so like basic. Like there wasn't like a big cast of characters that all had their like super refined visuals and models and whatever. So overall, I think it just, I mean, it's an unfavorable comparison for any game to you know, stand next to Everything or Nothing. But I think it does feel like it ultimately towards the end, like it felt similar in its like ambition in spectacle, and like, yeah, the ends of, you know, the second half of the game, like very, very cool, really awesome. And it like it sort of kept getting more exciting, and the fact that the final level was sort of, where's our oh yeah, we did get some proper product placement with the Koenigsegg for sure. I guess the Omega watch also, which I didn't think too much about how prominently it was featured, but close enough, I suppose. But yeah, like the scope of this just feels quaint. And yeah, this is the rare case where I kind of wish the game kept going. Normally, if I play a really sick game that's short, I'm like so happy with it that it's like, oh man, that was great. Like, I'm satisfied, let's move on. But I think it's not because the game, and I'm not unsatisfied because the game is too short. I'm unsatisfied because the game ends unsatisfyingly. I would want more closure. So even if there was just like one gimmick level at the very end where like, I don't know, fucking Bond shoots his grappling hook onto that plane and follows it, and there's fucking, I don't know, what's his name? Blofeld. I kept thinking like Goldberg, that's not his name. Blofeld, in a fucking chair, and you have a QTE fist fight, and that's the end. Like, just whatever, it wouldn't matter what it is, but just like something to have it not end on that weird cliffhanger, I would have been fully satisfied. But it does unfortunately end on like a kind of an odd note. We're gonna visit the tier list soon enough, but it's unfortunate that it's sort of, that experience of how it ends is sort of like, that's, you know, what you kind of take with you. But it was a great game, great experience all around. Retrieving achievement data. I mean, it's fun enough to play that it's like, I could see myself, like, if I wasn't busy with 5 million other things, like, I would kind of want to replay this to like, it would be a fun list of achievements to like try to grind out at least some of them. So you have like the 007 difficulty level completions. Anyway, yeah, some of these like kind of grindy ones. Three takedowns in 10 seconds. Huh. I feel like I must have done this, but I guess I didn't really do more than 2 in quick succession. Satisfying full deathless run. I mean, clearing this in 5 hours 48 at my pace first time means that this is a completely fully doable like single session playthrough. Like 5 hours 48, that's about 2 hours longer than the final level of Everything or Nothing, which is like 30 levels. So yeah, you could definitely do this in one sitting. I don't know about, I mean, Deathless, I guess, if on standard difficulty, what we're playing here isn't, I didn't take many deaths. A majority of the deaths were like in the driving levels, so you could definitely do that. I want to say that there's a, yeah, it says 007, but I think, yeah, Agent, I don't even know if we have 007. You might have to clear, because there's 3 difficulty levels to begin with, and then there's the 007 after that, which is unavailable from the start. So I'm curious to take a look at that. Yeah, so you have some of these achievements that are like specific to finish a level using the pistol as the only gun. Dude, I want to do that. Oh, complete Istanbul driving in under 250. But see, this is like a level, so you can just play this level over and over. You don't have to like go through some long mission to get access to, like, every driving section is its own level, so it's easy to just replay that part to try to complete it. Finish refinery driving escape with full throttle and no brakes. Fucking hell. Destroy all the cars in the yacht club. That's cool. I mean, I definitely exploded some cars, but I didn't realize. Huh. Drive to the bridge in the epilogue level without hitting any other vehicles. Fucking hell. But these are like exceptionally good achievements and like a good balance between just pure like replaying stuff as well as like you know, do this thing X number of times, but also like highly specific sort of challenges. Shoot down all the missiles fired by the SAV. Sneaky Gardener. Get through the Monaco Casino. Yeah. And of course, there's a bunch of online achievements. Online ranked match. Yeah, so I guess you're definitely not going to get these achievements. Not that I really care. I guess I'm glad that there's only this many. Like, a majority of achievements have nothing to do with that online stuff. Collect all the intelligence items. So I guess we got 36 out of a 50. We for not even try, or actually for trying to not get too many of them. We ended up collecting quite a lot of, and I mean, I guess that's a good thing too. Like, I felt like it was because I was playing in a certain way that I was kind of oh, interesting. Okay, so I had some dudes actually run away. I was like 1 or 2 dudes away from killing everyone, I think, but they actually did run away. But it's achievement for actually getting all of them. That's pretty fun. What was I gonna say? I forget. I got sidetracked, but this game was really fun, and I feel like I would have fun grinding out some of these achievements. I am curious about the availability. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at the intelligence, because everything you collect is actually, I guess it's a bit of text. Oh, you're right. That's what I was saying. I felt like I was like, you know what? I'm going to deliberately not play the game in a tedious way where I look around every corner to try to find all the secret things. In some games, you kind of want to do that because you might find ammo or armor or you know, something that's helpful or important. And in some games, I think Quantum of Solace was a bit like that, where there were like it was kind of like this, where there's like these tchotchkes that you can collect. You can collect the Sony Ericsson phones or whatever it was, and it's never fun. It's not interesting. There's nothing to the kind of exploration. but it can be easy to feel compelled to try to do it because it's an objective that the game presents to you. Knowing that I can get sort of caught up in that and get like, oh, I gotta try to collect everything despite the act of collecting not being fun and the items you collect having no bearing on anything, I try to make an effort to not get caught up in it playing this game. And I felt on occasion that, oh, what a relief to not play the game like that, trying to collect everything, because now I get to just push forward and have fun and not care. And there were a few instances where I saw the thing show up on screen and I was just, you know, I'm not even going to bother at all. I'm going to just move ahead. But even then, the fact that I managed to get as much of the intelligence as possible, or that I did, tells me that to actually go back and collect stuff isn't going to be that tedious. It's not going to be super out of the way. Plus, you know which levels you need to revisit. And I presume that if I were to revisit like 2.5, where I have 2 out of 3 intelligence collected, the 2 I've already collected probably aren't in the level. I would assume that's the thing. So it gets sort of filtered out, easier enough to actually collect. But yeah, the Bangkok stuff, like the aquarium, the rooftops, the car chase, and the oh yeah, the second like running around the canals street level shootout stage. Like all in all, yeah, 3-1. That's where we started today. I guess technically we did 3, like 60%. Although, oh, whatever. So we did all of Bangkok and Burma in almost exactly, I think, 2 hours. So levels are pretty short, so it's not too much of a hassle to like revisit stuff. Upsalata. But I am curious to see if we pick a level. Okay, that's very good. 007 difficulty level is available. Oh, you can pick any level. This is so good. Like, it's not overly tedious. Like, I played on Field Operative to be like, all right, let's just play on the standard. But there's no achievements for clearing on Agent. There are achievements for clearing missions on 007, but I don't need to like play through the game a second time to get access to the highest level of difficulty that actually gives additional achievements. That's very good, because I feel like so many games would have made that extra tedious. Like, what they did do is that they do force you to play the game twice, in a sense, because 007 is not available from the beginning. So you have to play through the game on any other difficulty first before you get access to it. But I think that's okay. You probably wouldn't want to play that difficulty your first time through. I still think it would be nice for the game to give you the option. I'm always like a little bit annoyed when games force you to play through them multiple times in order to access stuff, or like, you know, oh, you get to enjoy this thing after you're done with the game. Because I can come across as very presumptuous from the game side to like be so confident that I will want to keep playing after I finish it. Luckily, this game is fucking awesome, so I would want to keep playing. But I have played several other games where, you know, you finish the game and as a reward you get something that you might want to enjoy, or might have wanted to enjoy your first and likely only time through the game, but you'd only get it after finishing. Like, I don't like that. But for something like this, I think it's okay, and especially with the game being short, you know, and good, you would want to replay it. You've never seen this Bond game, Soletta? I'm afraid you will not be seeing much of it now either, because we have just finished the game, and we're gonna do a little bit of spreadsheet updating. But after that, I guess we're done with this for now. But man, that was a lot of fun. This was a very, very good game. So let me actually do this, because I would very easily forget this disc. So let me actually get it out of my 360 and whatever. And let me change my video input here and get ready for some hot spreadsheet action. Let's see if we can get some background jams playing. And let's see here. Give me a moment here to see if we can get the red sheet ready. There we go. Oh, interact. This window to edit. Good. 007 Bloodstone. Are we? There we go. Has been completed in 5:48:06. A nice, pleasantly short game that I rarely, or in a rare case here, kind of wished was longer. Completed the game on field operative difficulty. Started. It would have been last Friday, I believe, which would have been the 12th. That means we can unbold this and we can make it green. And yeah, man, that was fun. And that means that next up will be 007 Bloodstone for the Nintendo DS. And I don't know anything about this. Like, I don't know if it's a first-person shooter or some kind of 3D action thing or a side-scroller or a top-down. Like, I have no idea what this game even looks like. So, I'm very curious. Developed by N-Space, who did the previous DS game for GoldenEye. That was the stylus-controlled one, I think. No, that was Quantum of Solace. The DS, yeah, the DS was the first-person shooter. That was, like, kind of similar, but skipped a lot of stuff. So that'll be interesting to see what that's going to be like. I was not expecting to finish this tonight. I thought it would be a little bit longer, and I thought I would stream a little bit shorter. But I don't think we will jump into DS Bloodstone on Friday. We'll see when we get to it, but it should probably be pretty soon. I mentioned this before, but my weekend is coming up, but what I meant to say is my birthday is coming up. My birthday is on Monday, but I might very well do a kind of birthday themed stream, not on my actual birthday. And if so, that might be on Saturday, but I might actually do it on Monday. I'm not exactly sure. But I wouldn't want to start a playthrough on Friday and then like interrupt it with that stuff and then try to like I always prefer to try to do stuff without like interrupting the middle of a playthrough to play something else and then come back to it if I can avoid it. So I would say we might get to this either next week, or if we I guess I would like to do it pretty quickly. Whenever we've had multiple versions of the same game, I always say like I want to do them close together so I can like remember what the other versions were like, and I can remember the film they were based on in situations where they are based on a film. And then it never ends up that way. I always end up taking a long break in between, so maybe I shouldn't plan to take a short break in between, because who knows how that might end. But I'm very curious to see what that game is going to be like. Now, unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that we are we're past the peak. I mean, you could have said that when we got to Everything or Nothing, most likely. But the next couple of games coming up, as you can see, after DS Bloodstone, we have 007 License to Drive and Top Trumps 007, The Best of Bond, which are two Java phone games. After that, we're going back to GoldenEye for the PS3 version, which is probably going to be mostly the same game. And then 007 Legends, which I am actually quite excited about because it seems like a cool game, but I know it's like not a well-regarded game. So it's, I mean, GoldenEye is also not going to be amazing or anything. So like, we don't have a lot of amazing stuff left, but that's how it goes. I think this is going to be a more pleasant, like, final stretch than Batman was, because for the final couple of games of Batman, we had like, the games just kept getting super long. Like Lego Batman 3 was a chore. Arkham Knight, definitely a bit of a chore. Arkham VR was kind of a weird one. Like, I definitely ran out of steam a little bit. That's also because all of the games towards the end were really long, most of them anyway, and that won't be an issue here really. So it'll be pretty good. Now, we could of course end up getting to play GoldenEye, the Xbox Live Arcade version, somewhere in this stretch, and that's going to be a bit of a challenge, but a good game. So I mean, I'm excited to play that game, and that is of course if we can achieve our objectives and raise the necessary funds for Q Branch to develop the technology necessary to play that game. But we still have time. We still have time. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get a little bit of... Actually, before we do that, I was going to say a little bit of info on... Actually, fuck it. I'll forget it otherwise. Let's see what the data is here that we have on Bloodstone for the DS. The UK's top-secret biochemical project has fallen into enemy hands. Only one man can unravel the sinister goal and defeat those behind it. Bond. James Bond. Developer N-Space's handheld adaptation of Bloodstone recreates the console game's third-person shooting and vehicular action, featuring unique touchscreen mechanics. Okay, so it doesn't really answer anything. We still don't know what kind of... I mean, we know that it will have driving of some kind, which we haven't really seen in I want to say any of the handheld games, really. I guess there was like the tank level in well, there might have been a tank level in GoldenEye actually, but I was thinking of GBA Everything or Nothing, or you fight a tank and you're well, I forget exactly, but usually those things kind of are the first to be cut. Yeah, and touchscreen mechanics, I don't know what to expect. As far as GoldenEye, we did already play the Wii game, so the PS3 version is going to be largely familiar territory. However, oh well, we played the DS version also, but it's going to have new graphics. It's going to be regular controller controls. The PS3 version does support the PS Move, I'm pretty sure, and I have a Move. I think I might even have two. I have at least one Move controller. But it kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. Like, even the Wii version, of course, can be played with a classic controller. There was a version that was released for the Wii with a, gold-colored classic controller. But for the purposes of getting a different experience, I don't want to be playing with waggle control. I want to feel what the game is like without the waggle controls. But it'll be interesting to see if there are any tangible changes to it, because it came out like a year later. The PS3 version does have, or the Reloaded, whatever, it was on 360. I happen to have the PS3 version. That one also did add some kind of extra campaign mode, or some kind of co-op thing or something. So I'm curious to see if we can get to play those things, just kind of explore what's different about that version. It was a little bit of an edge case whether or not to include it, but I decided to do it to get our game list to a nice and even 50. But hopefully there's going to be enough about it that feels different or new to feel like it's not a complete waste of time. But yeah, not that many games left. In fact, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games left, not including secret bonus missions. We have a few more things to do, though. We need to update the bond quotient data here. like I said before, I did actually start filling this in while, not while playing, but off stream after the first stream, in an attempt to avoid leaving gaps of uncertainty, because I forgot what was in the game. Like the tuxedo, for example, I might have forgotten, but we did wear the tuxedo for the casino level, which means that there were changes of clothes. Certainly we've had gunplay and fisticuffs. We use our smartphone, that's our singular gadget, but we use it for a lot of different things, so that definitely counts. Driving, car, and other, plenty of that. Car gadgets, however, no, not really. That's a bridge too far for stoic Daniel Craig, I suppose. Charm and smarm, and or smarm, I think we can count that. That's definitely a little bit of sass to the dialogue. I want to say there was even bits of unusual degree of emotion from Daniel Craig, so I want to count that. Drinking, I'm a little unsure, actually. Was there a scene where someone ordered drinks? I feel like there was. Not in the section we saw today, but in the previous stream. I'm actually a little unsure. Stunts, absolutely. Like, scaling gigantic cranes, and I mean, there was even that part when we were being chased by the gigantic mega tunnel drill in Istanbul. Does it count if Bond himself doesn't drink? Depends a little bit on what it is, on what the situation is. What I recall there being a thing.
Let's get to that XBLA version of GoldenEye.
In my recollection is like Nicole ordering drinks for her and Bond, but I forget what the situation was, so I'm gonna leave it blank for now. I just laughed because the counter broke. Also, my activity feed is all messed up, so I didn't even see who actually did that. But thank you for the donation. Please announce yourself in chat, because I was expecting to see a thing and it doesn't show up here. But that is definitely our goal reached for today. So thank you. Not particularly anonymous benefactor, but benefactor whose name I missed. Was that you, Father Axekeeper? Let's see if I... thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Hang on. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Q... funding thing. Wait, hang on. Is this the thing I want to edit? No. No, that's not the other... Where? Oh, there we go. Alright, objectives completed 5 of 10. Let me update the command. I updated StreamerBot, and StreamerBot's entire interface just changed completely. So now I'm like super lost whenever I try to update something. Base goal. Wait, is that not? Oh, it's the wrong. So right now, this is probably going to be broken. Yeah. I think the what happened is when you do a donation, the Q credits, it's supposed to add the Q credits, and it's supposed to perform like a multiplier action. I just saw when it popped up when you made the donation that it said like something times 10 or something. Well, so what it is like, it's a thing it's just a variable that I have created, and when you do like a sub or a bit, like for everything that you can do, every interaction, like whether it's cheering or subs, I have a command that like based on how many, like it can see how many bits you're using and whatever, and it like takes that number and adds it to a variable and updates blah blah blah, and it appears that the donation thing is just completely... Hang on, let me take a look at it now, because I won't remember. I think maybe to have an X... No, that doesn't seem right. It's a mathematical equation that is clearly... The syntax of it is broken. Because it's basically... It's trying to add something that isn't a number. To a number, and ends up with something that is not a number. NaN. Now, it is very possible that this has literally never worked, because I don't get donations very often, so I would not have noticed. But I do know that this has happened before, not like this, but I have seen that the count has been NaN, like, and I've been wondering, like, I wonder how that happened. And it might have been because there was a donation, but like I wasn't doing a James Bond stream when it happened, so I didn't see it, because this stuff gets updated whether I'm streaming this or not. Like any stream I do, all the this is being tracked, but I just happened to catch it on stream when it happened. So I wonder if... I guess it's hard for me to know what part of it is actually broken. I'd have to consult with someone who is more knowledgeable about StreamerBot and whatever syntax it's using. Yeah, I greatly appreciate that. I'm like, I would gladly receive donations. It is... I tend to get enough from Twitch that I do get a monthly payout, but not necessarily 100% of the time. And that would, I guess, technically be something that might make it more preferable to go through that. But, like, realistically, not really. I mean, I'd still get it eventually, and I'd rather take all of money than some of money. So, I do appreciate that. Anyway, this is interesting. I should like make note of this. If I was at work, I would have a stack of post-its and I'd just write it down and stick it to my monitor. Like, man, I should do that at home too for shit I want to remember to look into or fix. But I don't, so I won't. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're wrapping up stream shortly anyway. But thank you very much for that donation. That's very kind of you. And that does bring us one step closer. Actually, let's... Did this update? Yeah, okay, right. I upped it. Yeah, 5 out of 10. NaN, that's more than 1,000, so we're good. Let's get back to where we were. I'll just look up the cutscenes later and see if there was something we're gonna count for drinking. Gambling, I put a 0.5 because there's a casino-themed level, but there's no actual... Bond is not engaging in any kind of gambling. I want to say that this is consistent with other instances. You can see that there's a couple of 0.5s where they're like the theme of gambling is present, but it's not something being actively participated within the game. Q branch is not present in a physical sense. What's his name? Tanner keeps calling us, but I'm giving the credit for Q briefing. Tanner is essentially our Q because he gives us some calls talking about the gadgets or what have you. So he's essentially briefing us on our stuff, but he's also briefing, like, mission briefings. Saw soldiers sitting at a table playing cards. That was a 0.5. Yeah, I mean, there's some room for interpretation. Like, having the casino... the gambling category could have been called casino, but even then, like, you would be giving a lot of half points for stuff that isn't a casino, but like maybe gives some of those vibes. So I think it's fair that the setting itself, regardless of how much we see of slot machines or poker games or whatever, I'm wondering if maybe it should be higher, but I think 0.5 is probably consistent with how I rated other games. But Q branch as an entity, as a physical location, is not present. Neither is Moneypenny, who, of course, was not in the Daniel Craig films yet at this point. Funnily enough, the Bond, James Bond line, I was trying to remember this when I was filling this in, and I don't remember if, like, I feel like there's no way they don't have him say that line, right? But I don't actually remember it, so I would need to double check. Like in some other games, I put a 1 and a yellow, so the yellow color basically means I need to double check. But here I'm like, man, I'm gonna leave this blank because I don't even want to assume that it was in there because I cannot remember it. My memory's trash, of course, but still. The game is short, so like rechecking the cutscenes for Bond's dialogue should be pretty quick. The James Bond theme, however, was featured during the credits. I, again, cannot recall really if it was there in any other part of the game. But we did have proper opening. I actually don't remember if there was a gun barrel either, and that also seems like an absurd thing to say. But I just need to double check. I feel like there probably was, because I cannot, like, even with no recollection of it, doing the full pre-credits opening action scene and the full opening credit sequence, it feels like it would be preposterous for them to have done all of that and then not have a gun barrel sequence. But Daniel Craig Bond is weird because his movies like didn't have like proper gun barrel sequences either. Like they're all like Casino Royale has a kind of take on it at the very end. And I want to say 1 or 2 of them kind of don't have one at all. And then I think it's like No Time to Die is like the only one that has a proper classic gun barrel sequence or something. Like it's a weird thing. So I'm gonna have to leave this blank until I can confirm this. Opening credits, however, yes, with the proper theme song and everything. Product placement, yes, we get the cars and the Omega watch. It was like some of it slightly less conspicuous, but the cars were not. Especially her, like Koenigsegg, like that's like it stands out. It's like preposterous for her to be driving that car more so than the Aston Martin, so that for sure counts. We did have Bond in Peril. I was trying to remember if there was a Bond in Peril sequence in the first half of the game, which I'm like unsure. Like I feel like I remember there being something like that, but I don't remember what it was. But certainly we got caught. Yeah, because we escaped from the prison where we found the other prisoner, right? Didn't we? Yeah, because there was a sequence where we had to like take out a guard to get his gun or something. I feel like that was a thing. Whatever, we had at least one perilous situation. We have the actor likeness, of course. We did have at least one sexy lady who did in fact turn out to be a sexy lady, comma, evil at the very end of the game. I want to say that Bond's dick powers are very understated. You could describe the relationship between Nicole and Bond as flirtatious, maybe? But he's not like sweeping her off her feet with his stoic face or anything. Because that's really the thing, like the whole dick power stuff isn't really like, is there romance in the game necessarily, but it's more about like, is there like women conspicuously throwing themselves at him in a way that's like feels like it comes out of nowhere, because that's definitely how it's like in a lot of the movies. And I don't feel like there really was much of any of that. Like in Quantum of Solace, it's very noteworthy, I feel, especially in the film, but to a degree in the games too, where whatever her name was, Olga Kurylenko's character, like she's actually a really good character in a pretty shit movie, and they have a good, like, I like their relationship, their dynamic, where they're both just like hell-bent on revenge, and they like really bond through that, no pun intended, but it doesn't turn into a romance exactly. And like that was so refreshing. I don't feel like the relationship between Nicole and Bond in this game had particularly, huge amounts of depth, but it also wasn't like she wasn't there to just swoon at Bond, so I want to say it feels like a 0. I'm gonna put a yellow color on this just in case. Like, I want to kind of double check to see if there's maybe something to give like a quarter point or something, but It doesn't, yeah, it wasn't really a big part of it at all. Here we get to some complicated categories here, because I think this game was pretty weak in terms of villains. Like, it has a handful of villains, neither of whom is, like, feels like a main villain. If they had done, like, if Nicole didn't turn out to be a lackey who gets killed off, but if, like, she turned out to actually be the main villain, that would have, like, I mean, that's basically, The World's Not Enough, right? But that could work, and it would, like, she could be elevated to the status of, like, a main villain. But as it stands, like, in the terms of villain hierarchy, Rack is, like, kind of a henchman. He's like a torture master guy with a very specific look, with the scar and his shirt and whatever. He's got his gimmick knife. So he's got, like, big henchman energy. But he's also, like, if the game has anything like a main villain, it is also him. So, like, I don't even know how to classify this. I feel like we can, like, there's definitely no equivalent, like, there's no muscle for the bad guy, you know? Which is typically how we would describe henchmen. But I feel like there was also not really a main villain. But it also doesn't feel right to give the game 0 points for villains. So I don't know. I guess it would be kind of fair to put it, like, in any other context, I think Rack would have come across as the henchman, with the big henchman boss fight leading up to the final section of the game where we fight the final actual boss. Or even if he survived the dam, he could come back for one last encounter before the final boss or something. You know, you could slice it differently and say 0.5 for each, which technically, I guess, will make a difference once we weigh these categories differently. But it does feel more correct for me to put it in, like, put the point for henchman and not, like, because I feel like the game pretty conspicuously lacks a main villain. And the only reason I would really, like, the justification for putting points in, like, main villain status for Rock is because there isn't anyone, like, he's the closest we have, but he's way more, like, henchman coded, right? Like, he's a thug. He's not a, like, you know, corporate, like, organized crime, like, boss type person. So I think this feels more fair. Check the last stream archive. No gun barrel. An opening. Yeah, I guess there was, like, an attract mode intro thing. I'm gonna want to double check this for myself, but I'll put a 0 for gun barrel here to make it feel a little more certain. Yeah, of course, like, everything's building up to there being, like, you know, a criminal organization or something. But there's no one, like, even in, you know, again, comparing to Casino Royale, which has a little bit of a, not exactly a cliffhanger ending, but there are elements that are unresolved at the end of Casino Royale, and that's very much what Quantum of Solace then builds on. And who the you know, the entity that turns out to be the main villain or whatever isn't actually really in Casino Royale, but Casino Royale in itself has Le Chiffre, who's, like, presented to the viewer as the main villain of that film, and he has very much main villain energy. And this game just didn't have that, so it's interesting. But it's far from the only game to not have, like, a big villain. But it's pretty, you know, it's pretty rare. No lair, but definitely villain speech. In this case, it ends up being a little bit of a henchman's kind of speech, but hey, it's not, it doesn't play out the exact same way, but, you know, Nicole gave a little speech at the end too, so but we had like properly you know, good dialogue between the characters to deliver the plot and like set the stakes and, you know, give us some personality from the villains and stuff, so that's all good. The whole plot that ties together, like, it's kind of stupid. They definitely don't mention Spectre in Casino Royale because the Eon did not have the rights to the name Spectre until, like, that's a very long-running legal dispute that was eventually finally settled, which is what allowed them to use Spectre in the film Spectre. Which also kind of threw everything on its head. So, like, Spectre basically retcons the previous films. So, like, it's a kind of a big mess. And that was after this game too, by the way. Because I think Skyfall was 2012 and Spectre was like 2016 or something. So yeah, that's a big old mess. James Bond will return is how the credits started. So we get points for that. It's a very interesting list here. This game has a lot of stuff, so we're getting a lot of points for things. But then it has some, like, some conspicuous omissions. Some omissions that are conspicuous, or, you know, to be expected, given that it's a Daniel Craig thing. But I feel like even the gun barrel is something that I would expect them to kind of want to squeeze in, even if the movies didn't really have it. The lack of villain is just kind of a little bit weird. Yeah, no Bond is a special category where we just give a minus point for top agent and GoldenEye Rogue Agent, basically. I think that's... Yeah, even the DS version of Rogue Agent is the one to get -1 here, because Bond, the character of James Bond, is featured in the console Rogue Agent for about 8 seconds in the opening level. In the DS version, that, like, he's not acknowledged at all. So there needs to be an extra, like, particular penalty for that. Yeah, like the Quantum, which is the secret organization in Quantum of Solace, is sort of kind of hinted at a little bit in Casino Royale. And then in Spectre, they're like, oh, actually, they were just a subsidiary of Spectre. Forget Quantum, whatever. They're losers. Like I said, it's kind of it's a big old mess. Anyway, that leads us to a raw Bond quotient of 23.5. Very respectable. Not in the uppermost echelon, but certainly above average. I think, let's see here, Nightfire is at 26.5. Everything or Nothing has 29. As you can see, there's GBA Everything or Nothing has, like, it's all yellow. I didn't really properly fill it in, and I think we took like a long break after playing it, so I just didn't really remember any of it. So I'm just gonna have to check the tapes. But it's a GBA game that's like there's not a lot in it, really. So I wouldn't expect it to score nearly as high as the console counterpart. Certainly it'll score more than 3, but the data is just missing, essentially. But yeah, From Russian with Love, also at 29. So for, like, Daniel Craig, the thing is, like, Daniel Craig films, for sure, are gonna score lower on average than any other actor. That's just how it goes. So you should expect a slightly lower average for his games as well. Quantum of Solace is like an amazing, like a scientific fucking anomaly. It's like a complete black hole of narrative. It's impossible to, like, remember anything from that film. As you were watching it, like, your memories of that film are being disintegrated in real time as you watch the film. Like, it's such an absolutely nothing movie. It's unbelievable. But anyway, we have one final thing to do here, and that is to update the tier list. So let me do this real quick. And prepare this. Okay. Actually, I guess I should. Give me a moment. All right. So, I guess we do this. Where are we? This. And yeah, this should be pretty quick. There's not a lot to do here, but to add this one game. And I think, quite frankly, I was asked, so is this A tier? What's the deal? I think this has to go up here. When I look at the games that are in A tier, including Quantum of Solace, phone game, I think the Bloodstone was a more enjoyable game start to finish than anything on here. It's a lesser game, it's a shorter game, but it's fun to replay. I mean, I want to be careful with how I'm phrasing this, because I really don't want to imply that a game is inherently worse or less worthy of being considered a great game just because it's short. But there's just like more to some of these other games. But I mean, the Master System, the Duel, is also like, doesn't have a lot to it compared to some of these other games, but it's a really compelling, riveting challenge from beginning to end. And Bloodstone was that too. It's just a thrill ride. It's not a challenge in the same way. But it's just a really, really fun, cool, like action roller coaster of a game. I think it's definitely borderline between S and A. But I think also the A tier is like, a lot of these games are here for very different reasons. There's definitely no way this is below an A, but I feel like there were so many moments that were like, man, this is such a cool thing. Like, I really wish there were more of those Bond moves, Bond moment type things in it. But just the concept of what each level was and like how it was realized, like, it's definitely a few rungs above Quantum of Solace easily, but I mean, even A would put it above that. This game, the shooting in Quantum of Solace was serviceable, but the level designs were very unexciting. Like, towards the second half of it, they were better, but it was the overall feeling of playing that game wasn't like an exciting thrill ride. It was like, oh, okay, whatever, sort of. And the PS2 and DS games were like, had higher highs, but were still like sort of unexciting or annoying in places, and like felt a little lackluster with certain sequences kind of very short or missing. The phone game I ranked highest because it just had that like roller coaster spectacle. And even then, like, I think that quality of Bloodstone was just so fun from beginning to end, like such a friction-free experience. The only snags were that I really struggled with some of those driving bits, but it wasn't like a big roadblock, really. What's up, Trap? This game was fucking sick. I guess we didn't really have any like really good boss fights. That's actually something we've had in many of these games. Not all of them. Looking at the S and A tier list, or even the S plus God games, like, not all of them have a bunch of cool boss fights, but that could have been something that like elevated this even further. Everything or Nothing is just like Omega level insane because it's like this stuff, but then there's like 5 times as much of it, and it's like continuously reinventing itself, and just the core mechanics of the shooting and everything was really, really fun and cool in that game. Bloodstone has like less going on. It's like fewer mechanics and fewer systems and everything, but like the focus shot stuff, super simple but super fun. Like using the takedowns to recharge the focus shots, like when you fuck up the stealth and still like manage to scrape by in this like scramble situation that comes up, like that was fun every time, and it felt good coming out of it. It's, I don't know, just this game just makes me excited for the cool fun things that happen in it. But I mentioned multiple times as well that like visually it feels like it's the exact kind of thing that would be quite boring to look at, but it never is. Like, it has a bunch of facility hallways and sewer tunnels and catacombs and like junky rusty prison cells and whatever, but it's always like cool looking. Like we talked about, we went into that like warehouse in Bangkok and we get these like sunlight, the god rays pouring in through the window with these like Buddha statues and shit. Like, they made so many locations actually interesting and appealing to look at that very easily could not have been. So I feel pretty good. Like, I don't have an issue with people being upset that I'm ranking this higher than GoldenEye or whatever. Like, I think GoldenEye is a game that has super interesting and cool things going for it, but it has like astronomical high levels of frustration and annoying bullshit. That it's like a very up and down kind of a thing. And Bloodstone is like a little bit of the opposite, where it's like one of the smoothest experiences from beginning to end. That's just like fun throughout the whole game. I mean, I would even say, like, looking at the games that are at the top of the list, Everything or Nothing and James Bond 007 for the Game Boy, not only are they like super ultimate games, they're also games that I would not hesitate to recommend to anyone who enjoys video games. And not all of the games in S tier are like necessarily like that. From Russia with Love is not a bad game by any means, but it's like also worse than Everything or Nothing in pretty much every way. And it had like the, you know, the underground boat turret sequence and stuff like that. That was just kind of like, ugh. And I think Bloodstone is one of those like super smooth experiences that's so easy to recommend. It doesn't, like, for as high of a Bond quotient it got, like, it doesn't necessarily have as much novelty or variety in like crazy cool things you see in the game and you go, wow, I can't believe you get to do this in the game the way the Game Boy game does, for example. But it's still within the template of like a fairly straightforward third-person action shooter. It has some memorable action set pieces and cool things, and you have the whole driving aspect, which they do more with driving than any other Bond game, I want to say. Everything or Nothing has more stuff and like a greater range in it, but like the way Bloodstone uses the vehicle stuff feels super faithful to the films. There's a boat chase, there's like multiple car chases that are all a little bit different. The Bangkok driving level was insane, where it's complete chaos for the entire city, and you're driving this like tow truck chasing after this gigantic like construction vehicle. Like, that was so cool. And the fact that every driving level was so different, like it has a different kind of like variety, novelty factor to it. That I think is like I said, you know, it's got the Daniel Craig version of spectacle, whereas Everything or Nothing is the Pierce Brosnan, like everything is a little goofier, a little more outlandish degree of like spectacle. So I think, you know, that helps. Like it lets them do more video gamey fun stuff, but they pushed it pretty far in Bloodstone, and really the only thing, like, it ends very abruptly in an unsatisfying way. But it's a really fucking good game. Like, technically none of this is like super final. We might wiggle some things around when we see how things like land finally. But it's also like everything at the very top and the very bottom is pretty firm, but then like the closer to the center you get, like the more malleable the list is, I feel like. But even if I had an A+ or an S- or even an A-, it would still be difficult to determine which of these games should be moved and where. But yeah, GoldenEye is the kind of game where, I've said this many times, but I understand why some people love it, but I feel like most people who love it either have not played it for 25 years, or they have been playing it for 25 years. And in both those situations, I can easily understand why you would think very highly of it. It's a game that can withstand playing it for a very long time. Like, it's a game that probably in many ways gets better and more enjoyable the more you play it. Which, for some people, I can see how that is, like, the rare thing you would, like, really want from a game. Like, it would be a sign of a game that's of the highest quality, that it gets better the more you play it. I mean, I feel that way about something like Final Fight. It's an excellent game, and the more I play it, the more I learn of it, the better I get at it, the more enjoyable the game becomes. So for me, as far as ranking it on this list, like this has to be a reflection of my experience. I can't extrapolate and say, well, let me just play it for 25 years and get back to you guys and see if I still enjoy it. Like, I played through it once, and it was a cool game, but if I were to rank every game in terms of, like, how miserable have I been at any point over the course of this playthrough, GoldenEye would easily be above average in terms of misery. And that's something I have to account for when I rank them. So, like, I feel like you could learn to appreciate it, but it's got problems. Or you can learn to, like, overlook its problems, I guess you could say. It's a good game for sure, but you know, it's I don't like GoldenEye as much as many people do. We can leave it at that. I have respect for it, I always have, but I don't necessarily enjoy it, because I think there's stuff that, like, no matter how much you learn, like, the confusing nature of some of the mission objectives becomes a non-issue once you memorize all of them. But I can still feel it's fair to give the game a little bit of a, you know, dressing down for, like, struggling to communicate that stuff well. Even if, again, like, it was an innovative thing at the time, but it doesn't work out as well as I would want it to in some ways. I think the stealth mechanics and, like, the enemy alert stuff, like, there's a bunch of shit there that I think is just utter horse shit. And I think a lot of the time when people, like, praise GoldenEye, that's fine. I'm not, like, I don't want to pick a fight with anyone and saying they shouldn't like it as much as they do. People enjoy GoldenEye, I'm happy for you. But I think in a lot of ways, the endless praise for GoldenEye and the way it casts a huge shadow over everything else means that people are kind of less willing to appreciate what some other games do. In a lot of cases, I think a lot of games do things kind of better than GoldenEye did. At least in the context that I have, you know, enjoyed and experienced the game in. Like, if it were to replay levels 50 times to get speedrun records and unlock cheats or whatever, like trying to 100% every game, you would probably have a very different experience. Like, some of these games are going to become tedious in a way that game maybe doesn't. I don't know, but that's not, like, my metric for judging them. So it, you know, I think ultimately at the end of the day, GoldenEye is always going to be the elephant in the room. And in a lot of ways, it's like the least interesting game to talk about. Like, it is interesting in my mind because it is such a I feel like there's a lot more nuance to what that game does and doesn't do well than people give it credit for. Like, it's not that I think it's overrated. I think people are a little blind to its shortcomings in a way because, you know, they, for whatever reason, whether it's having overcome issues or not really remembering, or just like having fantastic memories of multiplayer or whatever it is, like, people view it through a kind of a rose-tinted lens, and I think it's especially, like, I don't care that people like it, but I always found it annoying that GoldenEye becomes the kind of measuring stick, or rather people's nostalgic memories of GoldenEye becomes the measuring stick for other games to be compared to, and it leads people to have a kind of either a dismissive attitude or just like it's a recurring thing where like, oh, this is cool, but you know, it's no GoldenEye or whatever, and it's like, I bet you a lot of people are going to say that shit about First Light too, and it's going to be even more ridiculous than ever. So I certainly don't want to begrudge anyone for loving it. That's not what it's about at all. But I think coming to it essentially, I mean, I've played it back in the day, of course, just not a lot and not like from beginning to end. I think it's an experience that is frustrating, rewarding, but also like it has a lot of rough edges that I think people either have forgotten or they've just like enjoyed the cool parts about it enough to overlook or kind of just overcome. I'm just thinking like it's a, I don't know if it's a relevant comparison, but for some reason I'm just reminded of playing through Tomb Raider, the original Tomb Raider, at the beginning of this year. And I fucking loved that game. Like, it was such a great experience. And I think that's a game that, like, some people do genuinely really love that game. And I think it's a very commonly held opinion among, like, Tomb Raider fans, at least people who have actually played a majority of the games, that the very first one is the best game. And after having played it, I feel like, yeah, I'm likely to agree with that once I've played a few more of them. But it's also a game that a lot of people will say is like hard to go back to. It's got tank controls, it's old, and it's whatever, janky. And it's like, as far as my sensibilities, what parts of a game experience I cherish and what gets me excited, yeah, obviously the original Tomb Raider has some rough edges too. But I still think about that game. I still think about like aspects of its level design, the fact that it has like, I was really impressed with how long that game was, in the sense that it kept having new things to show you. Every level is distinct. Like, I was so expecting that game to be like, oh, we have X number of levels in the cave tile set, then we go to the pyramid tile set, and then we go to this, like, and just feeling that it's going to be repetitive. But no, technically you have like different chapters, sort of, kind of in a like shared tile set sense, but not really. The game has like 12 or 13 levels or something, and every level is its own thing. And I don't know, I was really blown away with how incredibly inventive that game is, and like how restrained it is. The level design could so easily have been way more sprawling and confusing. And the fact that, like, more or less the first time someone did, you know, sort of kind of a Prince of Persia style exploratory action platformer in 3D with puzzles, like, for it to be that manageable is like crazy impressive to me. So, and I played both Tomb Raider and GoldenEye back in the day, but I didn't like, you know, I played a couple of levels here and there. Like, I didn't have a good sense of what the entire experience was beginning to end. And I want to say that I enjoyed my time with both. I didn't dislike either of them, but I just didn't really care too much about them. Like Tomb Raider, I remember playing on PC, and I played a bit of Tomb Raider 2, but for whatever reason, I just never got past the first couple of levels. Not didn't get past as in like getting stuck, but you know, I would play a bit, probably get a bit frustrated and just like put it aside. And GoldenEye, you know, I didn't have an N64. I had friends who had one, but you know, I didn't really have the opportunity to play through it. But I also wasn't really that interested in it because I was playing online multiplayer first-person shooters on PC at the time. I was super into Quake. So GoldenEye just didn't seem... like, multiplayer in GoldenEye didn't seem special to me at all. And in that way, I think approaching both GoldenEye and Tomb Raider, I probably enjoy them more now than I would have back then, in some ways. And I'm bringing it up as just an example of, like... Tomb Raider to me is a game that has like aged beautifully, and my experiences and tastes, like having been refined over the years, means that I can come to it and really like, it's like what a fucking masterpiece of a game. Which I may or may not have felt back then. I don't know, but I don't really have that feeling about GoldenEye. Like, it's good, and I can appreciate good things about it. And I mean, on some level, in some ways, it is like really a remarkable game. It's not just like pretty good. But I have far more negative things to say about it than I do Tomb Raider. Like, it, as an experience playing through it, GoldenEye had way more friction and frustration than Tomb Raider did. And I'm not, it's not a competition between these two games, but it's just something, like, it's a game I can think of that I played recently more or less for the first time, like properly. And my being a little more cool on GoldenEye isn't, oh, it's an old game and like, oh, because I didn't play it at the time, I don't appreciate it like I would have. Because I think GoldenEye and Tomb Raider for me are quite similar in terms of my experience back then versus now. Like, I played both, didn't really get super into it, come to it now and have a different take on it. So, like, if it had been an S+ God game tier game, I would have been able to have that experience with it, but that's not the experience I had. Whereas, if Tomb Raider was on this particular list, it's easily an S, but it might be an S+. Like, it was such a good game. So I don't know, that's like just a really, you know, neither here nor there really, but it was, I don't know, it was just something that came to mind as like an old game that really was like, holy shit. And I didn't have that kind of holy shit experience with GoldenEye really. But of course, you know, this obviously is not a definitive list or anything. It's my take. The last Tomb Raider I finished on stream was Tomb Raider 1. I still have not played any other Tomb Raider games. Tomb Raider 1 ended up being like 12 streams or some shit. It was like way longer of a game than I thought, so I was like, holy shit, I want to play 2, but I'm not ready for it. And it's been like 8 months. And the timing just hasn't really felt right, with everything else going on and like the pressure to finish game Spawn and everything. But I really want to play Tomb Raider 2. And I want to play Tomb Raider. I mean, I kind of want to play all of them, but I also have a different, like, I was excited to jump into Tomb Raider because I was oblivious to how big of an undertaking it would turn out to be. But now I know that Tomb Raider 2 is going to be at least as big of an undertaking as Tomb Raider 1. So now I'm like, oh, you know, I feel more hesitant to do it. But I do want to play them for sure. I do want to play them. Even if it's not as good as 1, like, it's... You know, if Tomb Raider 1 is an S+ God game and Tomb Raider 2 is an S tier and Tomb Raider 3 is A tier, you know, we're going to have to go through a good number of sequels before they stop being worth playing, I think. And the funny thing is, like, once you get past the first 3, then they start getting, like, weirdly a little bit obscure, and that makes me excited to play them. And then they might even go down into kind of degrees of mediocrity in terms of, not necessarily objective quality, but in terms of people's perception of them. Like, I'm more interested in playing Angel of Darkness than I am Tomb Raider 3. But I would want to play through them in order. Not so much for narrative reasons, but more like to get a better sense. Like, I like going through series in chronological order just to get a sense of, like, the evolution of the series. But there's a lot of different reasons why people might prefer one over the other, and I'm sure 2 and 3 both have advancements and improvements over their predecessors. I just know, for example, that 2 has like more human enemies and more combat, and they're probably like less stupid and weird than the human opponents in Tomb Raider 1, but the combat is easily the weakest part of Tomb Raider 1, and just adding more combat I think is one of the big missteps that the series has made in general. And Tomb Raider 3, as I understand it, was like it started development as what was supposed to be an expansion with like, you know, for super players, extra hard levels for Tomb Raider 2, so the entire difficulty like curve of Tomb Raider 3 is fucked. So I don't know. But also, you know, Tomb Raider 2 has outdoor levels, which Tomb Raider 1 didn't have. So that might be something that just like gives you a totally different vibe, that just make you feel more enjoyment in the game. You know, like, because that can count for a lot. I liked Tomb Raider 2013 way more than I expected to, but that's also because I could play it as a fully linear Uncharted style action game, not giving a shit about any backtracking or collecting or survival crafting shit, and only using the bow and arrow as much as I could. Like, and that turned out to be a super fun action romp. I did not give a shit about the story. I did not at all like the characterization of Lara Croft. Like, there were huge chunks of that game that I didn't care for, but the way the game is structured allowed me to basically ignore that, which made it a very enjoyable experience. Rise of the Tomb Raider, that like everyone on planet Earth except me likes much better, doubled down, tripled, quadrupled down on everything I disliked about 2013, did not let me avoid it, added open world icon vomit map, and then on top of all that, it was set in this like snowy environment, so the environment itself made it far less appealing. So like, Rise of the Tomb Raider has like linear action bits, and there's like moments in it that are awesome, and like it controls and plays fine, but it has so much nonsense bullshit on it that I don't like, that it no longer was that streamlined, smooth, fun experience. But yeah, I bring it up mostly because of the whole setting. If you gel with a game setting, or especially if you don't, like, it can absolutely have a tangible impact on your enjoyment. But anyway, Tomb Raider is an interesting series. I want to play more of those games, but if/when we get more of them, they're not likely to be anything remotely close to what I would want from a Tomb Raider game, so I'm not really in any hurry. I do hate snow. I hate winter. That's well documented, and I'm not excited about winter approaching. But anyway, this was supposed to be a shorter stream, and we've been gone over 4 hours, so I think it's high time that we wrap things up. I am glad that we were able to finish Bloodstone. I wasn't expecting that, but it's nice to have that sort of off the table. We don't have to worry about it. This means that I'm probably streaming Friday and maybe doing something totally different, but I'm not exactly sure. Birthday weekend coming up, birthday stream, maybe Saturday, maybe Monday. I don't know. And if I stream Saturday, that might mean that I won't stream on Friday. So the entire weekend schedule is completely in a chaotic state of who the hell knows. But there will be stream Friday or Saturday, and maybe Monday. We're not going to be doing anything that special. I did purchase myself a bunch of things recently, most of which I've kind of shown. Technically not all of it, but it's not going to be a big spectacle. It's not going to be a 15-hour mega stream. I haven't planned any of it, to be honest, but I have no social life, and I'm terrible at making plans, so I don't have any other birthday plans, really. Which means I would like to do something. And birthday streams are always fun, so we're gonna do something. What exactly remains to be seen. But tune in on maybe Saturday, maybe Monday, and we'll find out together. Dino Please is doing NES gaming. That sounds like a good raid target. So let's go raid Dino, who's currently playing Zombie Hunter, the game I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure it's a good time. If the game isn't, then I'm sure Dino's stream will be. It typically is. Thank you very much for hanging out. I will be back soon. I'll see you guys around. Goodbye.